after it.
He does a bit of crusading.
use a camera?
Oh.
So I think that's...
Good job. You went to some random.
Look, we're a friendly club here, right?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Welcome to this Melbourne Cricket Club Club 11 Division 2 Grand Final Premiership game between Old Scotch and I'm being told that it's Div 3. We're off to an absolute flyer here. So that if you missed it on the broadcast, that was the toss, the traditional toss of a 10 or 20 cent coin happening in the middle of the ground there. Old Camberwell have won the toss and chosen to bowl. Remains to be seen what the bowling strategy is out there. The deck, it does look flat, a little bit of grass on there. It looks like this deck's been used for one or two innings over the past little while, so some cracking at either end, but nothing that should unduly bother the batsmen early on. Old Camberwell this season have had two broad strategies when it comes to opening the bowling. They've either gone with the pace duo of Lou Winkett and Stuart Sharp, bowling raw, unadulterated heat, occasionally on a good line and good length. But at times they've also opened the bowling with Marky Mark Nodift, who bowls a slow right arm sort of nurdle you might call it. So, look, I'll dial off now. I'll give you another 20 minutes or so before... and just out of frame to the left, there is a dog dropping a massive deuce. It's been brought to my attention by my producer. Unfortunately, we don't have the most mobile of cameras here, so we're unable to show you a slow motion replay of Feculent Matter dropping from what appears to be a cavoodle's caboose. Anyway, 20 minutes until the first ball. We'll be back with you in about 10 or 15. Goodbye.
Good start by you. So I usually like give to him like, oh, bro. Huh? Fair enough. Well trained there, Shredder. Well trained, mate.
How we going?
Good.
Nice little bit of fertilising out there.
I was like, of course, she's going to
Bad
take it
omens
right
for the
now.
batting innings, whoever's batting
I was
first.
like, I just need to not shoot the glass.
With a healthy barbecue contribution.
Yeah, they can.
Maybe share some to your mates, like really get the feed going. I want your average
I'm just putting some sunscreen on, mate.
Welcome back to the beautiful surrounds of Scotch College for an LCC Club 11 Division 3 Grand Final between Old Scotch and Old Camberwell. In case you missed it earlier, Old Camberwell won the toss and elected to bowl first. The opening bats from Old Scotch Mark Griffiths and Todd Edney. Looks like Griffiths is taking strike. We've got Stuart Sharp, the rapid opening bowler, and full-time police officer opening bowler for Old Camberwell. Very balmy, low 20s here. A little bit of cloud cover. Might see some movement early. Remains to be seen just how much sideways there is off this pitch. Looks reasonably flat. A little bit of grass cover. Let's see what Sharp can extract from it.
Obviously, you're welcome to join us. Well, not you though, Freddie. You're busy queuing. Well, I wouldn't even bother starting it.
Yeah, I'm only
Yeah.
Reasonably conventional field to start here. We've got 3 in the cordon at the moment. Fine leg. Deep cover more or less on the fence in the shape of Lou Winkett. Mid off, mid on. We got Marky Mark, Nodift. And a sort of short forward-ish fine leg. 1 slip, 2 gullies, and a point. Stuart Sharp just doing a little windmill action to get that lower back moving. He is in his mid-30s, and as someone of a similar vintage, I can tell you, lower back pain, no joke. Speak to your physiotherapist. Thank you to Ben Coleman, who I believe is a long-time listener and first-time caller, for the feedback on the bowling and the commentary. Greatly appreciated. Okay, so the batsman has found his centre. He's counting players on the field. Stuart Sharp standing at the top of his mark, and he starts throwing. Think about dabbing the bat at it, but elects to let it through. 0 for 0 off the first ball of the innings. A little bit of a loosener there from Sharp. Doesn't normally like to bowl that length, usually likes to have it a little bit fuller, get the batsman onto the front foot and potentially playing for the edge. Let's see if he can find his length. Sharp on his way back in. Short ball again down the leg side. No signal from the umpire. Richards moving very nicely to his left there to take that. Pitch took a little bit of speed out of the ball there. It could be one to keep an eye out for in future. Sharp on his way back in now. Pounds in. Much better length, still down the leg side, and wide has been called by the umpire, and that is the first run on the board, 0 for 1 off 3 balls there. Thank you to my producer, Doug Potts, for reminding me of how many balls have been bowled. I can't actually count that high. Sharp on his way back in. Much better length there, still back on the length. Reared up a little bit off the pitch. Batsman did well just to get the gloves out of the way there, and Richards took the plunge behind his hands. Cautious opening bowl from the batter so far. Just wants to have a bit of a look. He did play against Division 4 team earlier this season and made roughly 1 million runs. Let's see how it goes today. Sharp on his way back in. Down the leg side, full of ball. No wide call by the umpire. And Good energy from Old Campbell in the field. Plenty of movement, a lot of chat. You can probably hear the captain, wicketkeeper Andrew Richards' voice from here. He is a semi-professionally trained actor. He can really project his voice. Sharp on his way back in. And a very good ball there from Stuart Sharp. Nice length. Just outside the off-peg. And it looked like it might have shaped away from the batter there a little bit. And he shouldered arms. Sharp back at top of his run-up. Looking focused. Calm, meditative. Pounds back in. Short ball. Attempted hook shot. Richards takes it down the leg side. Half a shout. None of his fielders particularly interested in it. And that's the over. That makes it 9 for 1. The run's coming from a wide. All batters yet to trouble the scorers. And it looks like taking the new ball at the other end is Drew Tudor. Tudor, who over his extensive time with the club has really struggled to pull lane. He's played pretty much every role possible in the team. Tends to either be good at batting or bowling in a given season. This season he's bowled extremely well. Very good fielder as well. Good lateral movement. Just setting his field. Looks like it'll be 2 in the quarter. Fairly conventional 5-4 field or 6-3. Sharp coming into could only be described as a thoroughly unregulation short back with square leg there. He was back to a little bit more regulation. Finally coming up to the circle. 2 in the cordon, once at one gully. Field brought in here, not a whole lot of protection on the fences. I think Drew Tudor here will be looking to really bowl a tight line and length to prevent the batters from scoring. Force them to apply a bit of club head speed to get through that infield. Tudor on his way into the first ball. Down the leg side, batsman has a go. Richards does well to take it down the leg side. No run. Tudor back to the top of his run up quickly on his way back in. A little bit short, uppish from the batter, gets it through the infield. They're going to go for a second. Some interest in a third. Fielder on his way in. No third run, just the 2 to the batter. Outfield there. That's Edney off the mark. 2 from his 2 balls faced. 0 for 3 off 1 and 2. Tudor on his way back in. Down the leg side again. Batter had a fair bit of interest in the crossbat swipe. Umpire, no interest in the wide. Dot ball. Tudor back at his mark and on his way in. Final length, straight to the fielder, sort of blockish, cut shot. Batter looking a touch frustrated that he didn't make more of that. From lived experience, Tudor, when he bowls there, does tend to jam you up a little bit. Can be hard to get by. Tudor in, no wide, and it's through for buys. Looks like it'll make the fence, and that is 4 wides. So Richards will be not terribly happy with his keeping there, but he doesn't wind up wearing the stats. And as a fellow wicketkeeper, I can tell you how good that feels. A little bit of trivia about Drew Tudor as the field gets set up again. He's a very keen golfer. Commentary team today was out on the Yarrabend golf course with him yesterday as he comes into bowl. Very nice return ball there after the 4 wides. Just full of length, skidded through. Tudor plays about 3 rounds of golf a week. It's a mean 5 iron. He's on his way back in. On a length, blocked by and that is the over. That makes it 0 for 8 off 2, 7 from that over. Expensive one from Tudor. That's not what they want to see early on. Particularly with those 4 wides. As far as Old Campbell are concerned, those are free runs. start of this third over. Stuart Sharp at his mark, coming into bowl. And it's full of a length, just sort of a leg stump kind of line. Looked like it came off about his thigh pad there, and the umpire signals a leg high. What for 8 off 2 overs and 1 ball.
Good length there, Sharpie.
Stuart Sharp is going to want to find his line here. He's been a little bit leg side, and the field really isn't set up for that at the moment. Had 3 in the cordon, only 3 on the leg side. They want to find that channel just outside the off peg. Try and take the batter into it. Just getting changed around a little bit here. Now that Edney's short, catching just a little bit off. Just Sharp comes in. Nice. Delivery there.
Go Sharp boss.
Pretty straight. Edney onto the front foot. Didn't really get a lot of feel of that. Front foot.
10 more bags or 10 more?
10 more bag guys.
Is there any in the esky or?
From the offside fence.
No, we have 0 more bags.
3/4 the way.
Who else on their way?
Tony. Edney just glanced it down the leg side for a single. Fairly evenly matched first few overs here. Scotch probably the happier of the two teams with how it's gone. Neither of the old Campbell bowlers so
I'll put a message in saying whoever's
we do know
nearby.
what Sharp can do when he comes back in. Short of a length. Turn down the leg side for a single. Another leg side delivery from Sharp there. Really does need to find his line. The lengths haven't been too bad. He can be dangerous back leg. He's quick enough to really get towards the climb on the batter and jam you up a bit, but he does need to be bowling outside of the off stump to really make the most of this attacking field. Disaster strikes. It looks like Stuart Sharp may have lost a spike here, but he's coming back in. Resilience personified. Bit of a swipe there from the batter. Didn't get a huge amount of the ball there. A little bit toey. Still gets a single out of it. And a good sliding effort in the field there, just to keep it as a single. And that takes the score to 0 for 11. Rivers back on the strike. Much better there from Stuart Sharp. Good length outside the off stump. Like he might have had a little bit of nibble off the seam there. And that is the over. 0 for 12 off 3 overs. And we've just had join us in the commentary box. Club legend, man in possession of one of the all-time great fisherman's beards, Mitchell Anderson. Just chowing down on a bun me. This feels very Triple M commentary booth at the moment. Poking fun at a man in some Red Bull cricket commentary over his choices of food. It does look like a ripping bun, mate. Kudos, Mitchell. Kudos. Field just being set. That looks like no or wicket in short cover. Turned around the corner there. Fielded well. No chance for run out. 1 run. 0 for 14 off 3 overs and 1 ball. That's Edney just picking up another easy single. Mark Rivers back on strike. First ball he's faced from Drew Tudor. Little opportunity here for Tudor. Rivers may not have seen him before. Rivers surveys his field. Happy with where everyone is, and Tudor comes back to bowl. Short of a length. Cut well behind square. That's going to be a good shot. That takes us to 0 for 17 off 3 overs and 2 balls. Stumping chance there. Ball down the leg side. Richards with the very quick hands, great footwork. Took the leg stump and scoring umpire not interested at all. Good shout. Very good piece of wicket keeping there. Very tidy bit of wicket keeping there from the captain, Andrew Richards. Studer comes back in. Good ball, turned around the corner. Sharp into short square leg. On his toes, no single. Tudor on his way back in. Oh, just beat the outside edge. Richards unable to take it cleanly. The quicker one from Tudor there. And a late arrival at the ground is the captain of the thoroughly humbled second 11. Tudor bowls again. Full ball, well played, past cover for 2 runs. And it has been thrown in. So out of shot to the left is Jonathan Gummers, Gumbledore, Gumblestiltskin, Gumley. Carrying what appears to be a tiny person on his shoulders. We'll report in shortly on whether it is a really, really small adult or one of his 2 children. And it does appear to be his son Lachlan, who is running along the boundary. You may see him come into shot in a second. Moves better than his old man, which is concerning, because he is 4 years old and not that athletic. Sharp on a very nice length there. Big forward step from the batter. Looks like he wants to impose himself on this innings, but that was not the ball to do it to. None for 19 off 4 overs and 1 ball. That's the first delivery of Sharp's third over as he comes back in. Bowls full. Leading edge. Run out could be on, and just not enough heat on the throw. Not enough heat on the throw to get it to Richards in time. That was a very risky single. Little leading edge on the leg side shot from the batter. Called his non-striker through. Didn't seem that interested in it, but they did make it home safely. As they say about leaves, there are 2 types of quick single, and that was definitely not the bad type, as Sharp comes back in. Bowls full. On the pad, big shout. Looked like it was going over. Still a lot of energy out there for Old Campbell, as it's none for 20 off 4 overs and 3 balls. Remains to be seen a little bit as to how much of a scoring pitch this is. It's a very big outfield, but a flattish looking deck. Could be a few runs on offer out here as Sharp comes back in. Bowls. Good length, just beats the outside edge. Richards took it a fair way away from his body there. Looks like it might have moved out a little off the seam or swung. Very nicely bowled. Good energy in the field here. Glorious day in Melbourne. Sharp sets up to go again. Runs in, bowls. Back of a length, just beats the outside edge again. Very good bowling. He's found his line, he's found his length. And a child-sized smorgasbord has emerged in front of the commentary position. A wrap, an apple. Sharp sets up again. Very nicely bowled. Big cut shot. Sharp really starting to apply some pressure. His bowling last weekend in the semi-final was described as being like he was in a flow state. Some of the best bowling the club had seen from him in 11 years at the club. And he looks like he's found his rhythm here today. Change of bowler here. Drew Tudor only getting 2 overs before being unceremoniously yoinked. Lou Winkett, first change from the, let's call it the school end. So Winkett is a left arm over the wicket bowler. Bowls very, very quick. Can be a touch erratic at times, for better and for worse. He comes in for his first delivery. Decent loosener. It was a nice shot. Cut shot just in front of square between point and cover. And nicely fielded in. 2 runs. Takes us to 0-4-22. Winkett in again. Very, very good delivery. Probably just a little high. Just a little high. It is hard to give a right-hander out LBW when it's the left arm of bowling. Good early signs from Lou Winkett here, though. Few moves in the field here. An extra man into the covers in the shape of Drew Tudor in the wide-brimmed floppy hat. Winkett in again. The bouncer, and well played. A hook shot-y looking thing that has gone past mid-on. Not sure that's where he was aiming it, but it's a good result for 3 runs. Takes the score to 25. And that's Edney on 11 off 15 with Griffiths now on strike with 7 off 18. Only 1 boundary so far, to the batters at least. There's been a 4 off a wide as well. Winkett back in again. Short, down the leg side, and the wide has been called. Well kept by Richards. Not much of a delivery from Winkett. Winkett bowls again, full, a little wide, and just dabbed away behind square on the offside for 4. Tidy late cut. The batter here displayed that shot very, very well against our second 11 in a game about a month ago. Plays behind square on the offside very well. Takes the score here to none for 30. Winkett in again. Down the leg side. Richards takes it well, and the umpire thought about it for a second, but did not give the wide. Five overs and 5 balls bowled. The score's none for 30. Stuart Sharp with 0 for 5 off his 3 overs. Tudor with 0 for 14 off his 2. Winkett 0 for 10 of his 5 deliveries so far. And a no ball. Looks like an overstep. It was a good delivery. But the umpire very confidently called the no ball as the ball was heading down the pitch. Interesting time in the game for Andrew Richards, the old Camberwell captain. Scotch just a little bit on top here. Richards will be thinking about how to reverse the trend here. Sharp's bowling very well at one end, but that school end has leaked some runs so far. and wing it back in. Short ball down the leg side. And a wide could have been called there, but wasn't. End of the over. That 6 overs gone. 0 for 31. Makes the run rate just a touch over 5 runs and over. Very good start here from Old Scotch. And a shout out to Stephen Richards, who is listening over the internet tubes. And thank you for sharing our link far and wide for all the viewers at home. If you do care to share this broadcast with any of your friends, just head to the Old Camberwell Grammarians Cricket Club Instagram. There's a link to the YouTube stream available there. And a run-out chance. Direct hit would have been out. Very, very close there. That is risky running. And for those of you wondering at home, Mitchell Anderson doesn't have his mouth right next to the microphone. His voice is just that loud. Good signs here for Old Campbell. That was a very risky run from Old Scotch and really good fielding as well in the point position. Sharp comes back in. Yorker, well dug out. And a good single. Slightly dicey throw from Winkett there. Just stretching his captain's hamstrings out, making him move side to side. Good bit of running there from Old Scotch. Sharp on his way back in. Full ball. Well dug out. That was a very good piece of bowling and well batted as well. Nicely worked by Edney there. I think he might have wanted runs from it, but when Sharp bowls at quick Yorker like that, really just keeping it out is a good result. Sharp back in. Good length. Faded a little bit off the pitch there. A little bit slow on that length. Well fielded in silly mid-off. Good over here from Stuart Sharp. Couple of runs, but not a great deal for him to complain about. Sharp at his mark, turns around, pounds back in. Full ball, just beats the outside edge. Richards behind the stumps, cannot believe that hasn't taken something on the way through. That's really good bowling from Stuart Sharp. They've beaten the outside edge a few times here today. Does look like a catch behind the wicket, either through Richards or in the slips, is the way one of these batters is going to go. Good ball from Sharp there. Block and run. Well done by the batter. That's high quality stuff there from Edney. That's the over. 0 for 34 off the first 7. Very solid start from Old Scotch here. Old Campbell really starting to look a little bit in need of a wicket. These batters are looking increasingly set. Looks like batter-friendly conditions. Well, it's just a little field change there as Noidif comes into a short catching mid-wicket. Looking for that cross bat, that little leading edge. Bit of a reach there from the batter, which would make sense as it was a wide delivery and is labelled thus by the umpire. Another one in the sundries column. Old Campbell won't be terribly pleased about that at this point in the innings, how many extras there have been. Winkett will be a little optimistic about the batter getting caught on the crease there, though, as he steams back in. Bowls attempted Yorker. Batter gets it away for a single. Chat's died down a little bit in the field among the Wellers. Especially in a final, you do really, really want to take wickets early in there. Haven't been able to do so today. Still a bit of chat out there. Richards providing some energy as Winkett comes back in. Short ball. Uppercut, overslips. That is a fantastic shot. That is a very, very good shot there for 4. He's done well. That's 4 more to the score. That takes it to 0 for 40 off 7 overs and 2 deliveries. Well clear of that 5 and over mark here. Unless old Campbell can change something, these guys are on track for a pretty big score right now. That takes Griffiths to 16 off 24, and Edney is on 14, not out, off 21, with 10 extras. Dot ball, full 1, gets through to the keeper. Of those 10 extras, 8 wides, 1 no ball, and 1 bye. Winkett on his way back in. Good delivery, just a little on the leg side, comes off the thigh pad of Griffiths, and they take an easy single. Richards, the wicketkeeper, fielding it himself, down in the short fine leg position. You may have heard in the background there, the captain of our second 11, John Gumley, no relation, who... He himself is a spin bowler, is suggesting that the only way to win from here is to bowl spin. Does have a vested interest in this as a spin bowler who, all other things being equal, would bowl himself from both ends for 40 overs. Winkett on his way back in. Full delivery, just gets through. That is a very good delivery. Very good delivery from Winkett there. Stayed a little low. Got through the batsman a bit. Very well bowled. And we do apologise for any language that you hear through the microphone. There hasn't been any profanity to date, but there have been some remarkably bad pieces of, let's call them wit. Very nice shot from Edney. That was a hip height ball outside the leg stump that he's turned around the corner, and they've made 2 of it. Just very good running. Richards fielding it and then having to throw it with his keeping gloves on. I do, of course, owe it to second 11 captain John Gumley to congratulate him while he's nowhere near the commentary position on winning champion bowler in the 4th division competition, which the old Campbell second 11 takes part. That's a very good ball from Winkett there. Big swipe from Edney. Wanted to hit it for 12. Hit it instead. Not at all. Bit of a mixed over there from Winkett. Some good bowling, few runs. As Old Scotch have moved to 0 wickets down, 44 runs off 8 overs. Run rate at exactly 5.5. Stuart Sharp being given a rest after taking 0 wickets for 8 runs off 4 overs, with no maidens and just a single wide. Mark Notiff's being brought on to bowl. Looks slightly like a wombat from behind. Just Mark Notiff. As I believe the kids in the mid to late aughts used to say, he's got a fair bit of junk up in that trunk. Notiff into bowl. Good length, respect paid by the batter. Good start there from Notiff in the field. 5-4 field. He's got men on the fence at cow corner and backward square as he bowls again. A little short of a length on about middle and leg stump there. Richards having a go at the run out. Really needed a direct hit there. That was good work from Richards. Good running by the batters. Good cricket all round. Notiff in again. Full ball. Attempted flick by Edney. Couldn't get it away. Notiff in again. Well fielded in short. In close there, a sort of shortish cover on the catch for the leading edge or that offside drive. Notiff in again. Oh, and a big shout behind the stumps. Richards thought that might have caught a glove on the way through. Umpire, no interest, not out. Notiff's in again. Full ball. And 6 runs. Tudor just caught under the swelling ball there. Very well played. It's a long boundary out there. That is 6 off, and that makes it 7 runs off the over. Notiff bowled well there, but as a slow bowler, that is the kind of shot that you're exposed to. And another change of bowler. Agarwal coming in. So just to bring you up to date, Old Camberwell won the toss, selected to bowl. Opened with Sharp and Tudor. Sharp bowled his 4 overs for 8 runs, no wickets. Tudor only 2 overs, 0 for 14. Winkett came in first change at the school end as the first ball of Agarwal's first over is a dot. Winkett went first change at Drew Tudor's end, the school end. Bowled 0 for 21 off 2. Notiff has bowled 1 over, 0 for 7 with a huge 6 hit by the opening batter Edney. And now we have Abhinav Agarwal bowling second change at the school end. That's 2 deliveries. Both pretty close to the spot. Another good length ball that has gotten through the short fine leg fielder for 4. Past the diving fielder. Good shot. Good ball there from Agarwal. Bit of a half-hearted shout. Did get the pad.
Well, no, it takes a while to cook the sausages.
Please ignore the commentary from the peanut gallery surrounding me. Agaball back in for his fourth delivery. Nice little flick, got to it on the full, good footwork, but no run. Up and up again. Good length ball. Plenty of respect from Griffiths, the batter there. And that is the over. No wicket for 55 runs.
See, I told you it was good to bring him to the game, Cross.
And it is one of the nice things about watching a final at one of the premium
Family club.
one of the premium venues in the league is the butler service from the local children, delivering refreshments and libations to your humble commentator. Note of time again from the observatory end. Above the eye line, batter gets to it on the full. Stopped at short mid-wicket. Good change up from Notif there. Very tidy little change up from Notif there. Cranks up the pace, pushes it straight past the outside edge. In again. Full ball. Batter gets to it on the half volley. Straight back to the bowler. And another dot ball. Notif in again. Quicker one again. And batter just leaves it alone. It's a good shot for a single there. Brings Griffith back on strike. And he's out! Caught behind. Full wide one. Just prods the bat at it. It's feathered something on the way through to Richards. Great take from Richards. Griffith's not terribly pleased to be given out. I don't think he thinks he hit it. But as I can personally attest, sometimes you don't think you hit it. All I can think is maybe he had a slightly loose handle or a bat grip that might have just made a little noise. Speaking from personal experience, it does occasionally happen when you middle one to gully. And that just as it was starting to feel like it was slipping away a little for old Campbell, the breakthrough. That takes it to 1 for 56 off 11 overs. Just a shade over 5 runs and over. Going along at a pretty decent clip. First wicket of the innings. So that's Notif's 12th wicket of the season. Coming into this game, he had an average of 27.5. Best bowling of 3 for 22 for the season. He's not necessarily what you'd call a strike bowler, but he has indeed struck here. Garvel setting up to bowl his second over here. Richards just fiddling with the field a little as his want. We've got 2 in the cordon. Slightly finer than 45, short fine leg rather. Fairly standard ring field on the leg side. 5-4. Regulation cover, regulation point, and mid-off. And Richards up to the stumps. Down the leg side, Richards, quick hands. Agavol in, on the pads, half-hearted appeal, and it looks like it will be leg buys. And it is. Agavol back in. Full ball down the leg side. Looking dangerous. I'm not sure that's the line he wants to bowl, but that's very good keeping from Richards there. Just a feather-like touch on the bail to take it off. Full ball. Well dug out. Good Yorker, well dug out. 1 for 57 off 11 overs and 4 deliveries. Old Campbell have tightened up quite nicely these past few overs. Another full ball. On edged. Straight into the ground. Well fielded by Notif there. Another full delivery, blocked well by Ned McMillan, the new batter there. And McMillan, tidy enough season so far. 7 innings, 179 runs, averaging a shade under 30. High score of 73. And just a 150. Healthy strike rate of 89 as well. Notif here to bowl his third over. Same field more or less as last over. Notif in. Good length. Sort of drivey, blocky kind of thing on the leg side. The batter there. Not duly troubled by that. Notif again. Looked a little back of the hand there, and it's just been swiped down to Drew Tudor at cow corner. And you won't have seen it in shot, but Drew Tudor's throwing action a little bit like a submarine pitcher. Sort of not so much sidearm as underarm. Must be absolute murder on the elbows. Notif again. Slightly quicker. Turned around the corner. Sharp. By name and nature. Fielding it on the leg side. Notif on his mark again. New batter. Ned McMillan just finding middle. Lots of chat out there. Lots of energy from old Campbell. Notif in. Full ball. Gets to it on the full. Past mid-wicket. That will just about make the boundary. It has. Drew Tudor on the fence. Couldn't quite get there. That's a nice gentle introduction to the crease. A shin-high leg side full toss. Very easy to put away. Much better length from Notif there. Gives the ball a chance to deviate off the pitch. Batter blocking it sort of with the splice of the bat. Not a whole lot of danger, but well bowled. Last ball of the over. Notif comes in. Quick one. Full toss. Hit straight back to him, and that's the over. 1 for 62 off 13.
We won our grand final for this night. Smell of barbecue coming, Wellers!
The first ball of Agavol's over, just turned around the corner for a single. That's Edney getting off strike again. And McMillan back on. Agavol, a full one. Very good keeping from Richards there down the leg side to attempt to affect the stumping. Unfortunately, the batter had not moved from within his crease and therefore cannot be out. So Edney, having really threatened to get away early on, has slowed down a touch. He's 25 off his 38 deliveries so far. McMillan 4 off 8. Agavol 0 for 5 off 2 and 2 as he bowls a full delivery outside the off stump. Richards takes it well and no run. Well bowled there. Another dot ball. Really reeling them in here. Our old Campbell. The run rate's below 5 for the first time in a while. Agavol rolls in again. Back of a length. Punchy shot. Oh, the direct hit would have been out. That's the second let off for these batters. They are taking some risky runs. That's the second time so far this innings that a direct hit would have had Edney out. Unfortunately for old Campbell, that wasn't the case. He lives to fight another day. Gavel in, over the wicket. That is a full toss that I think he's inside edged onto his pad, because if that hadn't hit any pad, it would have hit about halfway up the middle stump. Half-hearted appeal. I think most of the fielders recognised that he had, in fact, inside edged it. That's the over. 1 for 64 off 14. I apologise for any profanities that you may hear on the live stream behind me. Run rate down to 4.7. Gavel 0 for 6 off his 3. Notif bowling again. He's 1 for 13 off 3. McMillan on strike, 5 off his 12 balls, and Edney at the non-striker's end, 25 off his 38. Notif gets it above the eye line. McMillan down the pitch. You can hear the old Campbell support. Very, very happy to see McMillan getting down the track to Notif. The faster ball, the change up. Could be a chance here, and he's out! Edney's out, run out. Great bit of fielding, incredibly risky piece of running. And look at old Campbell celebrate. Listen to them celebrate. What a great, tidy bit of fielding there. At point, an extremely risky run. Great hands from Richards behind the stumps, and that's Edney on his way back to the sheds for 25. So that takes it to 2 for 64. Very risky piece of running from Old Scotch there. Edney on his way off the ground. He batted very well for his 25 runs. Unfortunately, that was one risky single too far for him. Lots of energy from Old Camberwell out in the field now. They know that was a big wicket. The set batter. And a brief word to a viewer over in Scotland, Callum Maxwell, formerly of these parts. He's dialed into the broadcast to let us know that his parents got married in the chapel in the background a shot. So, Callum, to you and your parents, congratulations on being, I guess, married. And I won't make the joke I was about to make.
Get weird, Richo, get weird.
So after a brief interlude for a technical disruption, we're back. Mark Notiff bowling to the new batter here, whose name I will find out for you in just a second. As Play Cricket updates, it's Hugh Hasker. Alliterative. No negative connotations to that series of letters in a row.
Go away.
Notiffed in. Quicker one. A little bit toey on the edge there, Hasker. Camberwell starting to feel a little bit on top here. It's been a slow scoring period, a couple of wickets. Neither of the opening bats still in. 3 and 4 though should still be high quality batters. And he's given him a full toss. He got above the eye line. Hasker just held back on it a touch. Did not middle it by any means. No run. Notified again. Very good full ball there. Fielded himself. Another dot ball. So the tail of the tape for Hasker, 11 innings this season for 220 runs at an average of 24. 150, he made 85 runs earlier this season and striking at about a run a ball, so we should see some entertaining cricket here. Noted 10. Quicker one, a little bit shorter. Plenty of respect played by the batter. And that's the over. A very tidy period of cricket here for Old Camberwell. 15 overs played now, 2 for 64. Run rate's down to 4.3, having been very close to 6 runs and over for a period there, and that's a good dot ball from Agava. Score stays at 2 for 64. Ball making its way around the field, and what do you know, Vebsy Sausage Chandra has found his way into leg slip. Good shot there from McMillan, but for no reward, fielded by Winkett at mid-on. Score remains at 2 for 64. Garvel on his way back in. Full ball down the leg side and beats both keeper and leg slip. We'll get 2 byes out of this. Umpire may choose to do Richards a favour. He has. He's called it a wide, so Richards won't cop the stat, but it is an extra run against Old Camberwell. 2 for 67. That'll hurt a little. Old Camberwell have really tightened things up. Giving away free runs like that does hurt. Gravel back in. Full toss, just short of the fielder, and he gets through. And that'll be 4 runs to McMillan. Takes the team score to 71.
glasses. Hey, how you going? Who wanted the ice?
Garble will want a good delivery here to come back after that full toss that was swiped away for 4. Let's see what he can come up with. Comes in. Full one. Outside the off stump. Well taken by Richards. Good bowling.
Still going.
So that's McMillan on 9 off 17, but only 3 scoring shots out of those 17 deliveries so far. Well fielded by Drew Tudor in short cover. Sliding to pick the ball up, throwing it very quickly back into his wicketkeeper. Good delivery there from Garble. Hard to get away. That's the over, and it's 2 for 71. And now a word from esteemed analyst in the box. Sometime opening bowler for the Old Camberwell second 11 in the MCC Club 11 4th Division. A real barrel-chested, fisherman bearded, bald-headed number who, little known fact, is a dynamo in the kitchen. You should see him chopping up a potato. Some comments. Mitch Anderson, how do you think this is going?
First of all, Andrew, what a privilege to be here. What great facilities that have been provided to us here by Scotch College. It really is just a beautiful day for cricket as Northdurf runs into bowl. Oh, a great delivery there. Just back of a length, gets the batsman poking at it, pushes it away for no run. Started off not so great. 6 and over, not a great start for Camberwell as despite the glut of footage that was digested by Rish Nagpal last night, it appears that we went with the 2 quick bowlers to the strength of Scotch as they rocketed off to 6 and over to kick us off. We've taken the pace back off the ball. I say we because I am very much a biased commentator here. We've taken the pace back off the ball and the runs have dried up here. Bit of an aggressive field. Ooh, as Vebs has moved at a short mid-wicket there and he's come into the game immediately. Markey really looking to ratchet up the pressure. Few men around the bat here. As he runs into bowl. Quicker one. Ooh, yes, and he's out. Very handy glove work from Andrew Richards there as he runs off to celebrate. Gives us the chainsaw pump, and it's an exquisite stumping. A quick ball. It's just brilliant bowling, a plan, bowling to a plan, and lightning hands there as the stumps have been obliterated and the umpires had no choice but to stick the finger up as Scotch falls for 3 down.
That is Hasker making his way back to the pavilion. Not terribly pleased with the umpire there. I think he believed he got his foot back. Unfortunately, the commentary position, we're not exactly square under the stump, so I'm going to say the umpire had a better angle on it than we did. What I can say is that was wonderful glove work from Andrew Richards there. He is so agile behind the stumps. He's got really quick hands, and he will take an absolute wealth of confidence out of that into the rest of the game. He's a very athletic specimen behind the stumps. For those of you who've ever seen him in a singlet, and I think that is pretty much everyone who's got anything to do with this league whatsoever, or, partly disrobed, you'll know just how fit and strong the guy is. Very technically good keeper as well. Uses his centre of gravity extremely well and utilises those Swan Richards wicket-keeping gloves to great effect. I have used them myself and they are a wonderful piece of kit. So Swan, if you're listening, kudos. So Richards, he's got his tail up, dictating terms to his field, and it's a very attacking field here. So we've got men on the fence at long on and at cow corner. We've got 4 catches in, so we've got a short mid-wicket, a silly mid-on, a short cover, and a slip. As Notive comes in, and the sweep shot played well. Tudor working around, cuts off the boundary, and he'll have it in. Will they go for 3? They are going for 3. And a mix-up between the stumps, not out.
Hustle out there, Drew B!
Barbecue's
Well
on,
fielded by
boys!
Drew Tudor there.
Barbecue's on!
I can smell the snacks from
Very,
here, boys.
very close to another run out. The score is 3 for 73. One run out and a stumping involved there as well. Richards has been busy. Took a caught behind to take that first wicket. Griffiths. Second wicket was a run out, and that's Edney. That third wicket being the stumping. Richards involved in all three. As Notive comes into bowl again. Oh, and the full one just sneaks past the bat and the stumps and doesn't quite stick in those famous Swan Richards keeping gloves. I'm going to assume that that was user error and nothing to do with the kit. Richards just slowing things down, making sure his field's right. Old Campbell are well and truly on top at this point. 3 quick wickets, not a great many runs. They don't need to rush. So that's Sharp coming into short mid-wicket, and I believe that's Ari in short cover. Now a brief interlude for a debate around fielding position rules with the Fish, Adrian Fisher, stalwart of the competition. Notive comes into bowl. Length bowl. And that has got to be very close. It's hit him on the full. May have been going down the leg side. Andrew Richards was very confident in that appeal, but it's given not out. End of the over, 3 for 73 off your 17 overs. 3 overs until the drinks break. And we'll see if we can bring you a word from one of the players then. The run rate's 4.3. Tail of the tape, Griffiths and Edney open the batting. Griffiths out first on 22 off 35. Caught behind off Mark Notif. Tom Edney, the next batter out off 25 off 39. He was run out after a series of increasingly risky quick singles and wound up paying the price for that. Hugh Hasker out for a 7-ball duck. Stumped off Mark Notif's bowling by Andrew Richards. As Agarwal comes into bowl. Full one down the leg side and he gets through. That will be run. Sanuka on his way. Will he cut off the 4? Yes, he's done it. He has cut off the 4. They'll get 3 runs out of it. But that is a run saved. Well fielded in the end. The batter's in. Ned McMillan came in at first drop. He's 9, not out off 20 balls. 2 boundaries. Max Bowden not out, 2 off 3. In the red helmet there. Extras 11 wides, 2 no balls, 1 leg by, and these scores haven't updated. That will be another 3 byes, which I believe takes it to 4. And that would get us to 18 extras. The bowler Stuart Sharp open 0 for 8 off 4 as Agarwal comes in. Short and blocked, well fielded by Drew Tudor in short cover. Tudor, who's just fielded the ball, opened the bowling as well. Took an expensive 0 for 14 off 2. And speaking of expensive, Lou Winkett 0 for 21 off his 2, coming in first change at the school end. Mark Notif's been holding up and end well with 2 for 15 off 5 at 3 and over with the maiden. And Agarwal 4 overs and a couple. He's taken 0 for 13 off 4.2. Comes in. Full ball. Well blocked. Well played by Bowden there. Another dot ball. 3 for 76. Oh, and a stumping opportunity goes begging. Richards unable to take it cleanly down the leg side as Bowden was down the pitch. Richards' head drops. He's unhappy with himself. It would have been a tricky chance, but it was there. You really need to think that that's a life for Bowden. Up to old Campbell to make him pay. Full ball, well driven, and fielded for a dot ball. 1 left in the 18th over. Agarwal comes in, bowling to Bowden. Slower full ball, fields it himself. Good cricket all round. That's the over. Brings the run rate down to 4.2 there. Old Campbell have really fought their way back into this game. It looked like it was getting away from them for a little while there. Run rate never quite touched 6 and over. It was getting close for a while there when Old Scotch were no wickets down. But 3 wickets, some really good type bowling by the slow bowlers. And Old Campbell are well and truly back in this game. Notif back in. Short ball. Pulled well. Tudor will field it. They'll get 2 runs. Very well fielded, but Bowden extremely quick between the wickets. The knackered 35-year-old hamstrings that belong to your commentator really just sort of winced a little watching Bowden run there. It's very quick. Notif back in. Slow full one. McMillan gets to it on the full, but can't get it past Sharp. Good diving stop there in the infield. Notif back in. And he bails out. A little bit of foxing there from Notif. A little bit of gamesmanship. Mind games being played out there in this grand final. Full ball. Flicked off his pads. Looks like there's 2 runs in this as Tudor sweeps around. And just a sort of dismissive little flick from from the fence. Gets it into the bowler on the bounce. Notif back in. Chandra looking very keen at silly mid-on. Down the set. And a great return catch, Mark Notif. Fantastic. McMillan came down the pitch to him, looked to lob it over the bowler's head. Notif too agile. The man can really move. He can really jump. That is a fantastic return catch from Mark Notif. Well bowled, well caught. 4 for 80. That's 18 overs and 4 deliveries gone.
Hey, Mitchie, can I get a video of my catch caught and bowled? Last week. Because I reckon I got more.
Old Campbell, you got to think right on top here. That's 4 wickets for not a great many runs since Old Scotch got off to a flying start. A lot of quality on display in the field. A lot of quality on display in the field here. 4 wickets, 56, 64, 71 and 80. That makes it 4 wickets for 24 runs here from Old Campbell. Early doors, this wasn't looking great for the Old Campbell Grammarians Cricket Club. Old Scotch awaiting an absolute flyer. But since Mark Notif got brought on to bowl, he has absolutely changed the game. Hard to score against. A caught behind, a stumping, now a caught and bowled. Who needs fielders, honestly? Richards just changing his field around a little bit. Chandra coming into a silly mid-off, having been in silly mid-on. It does look like it's a left-hander batting, so that's Chandra is still in silly mid-on. We've got 2 short covers, a fairly short backward point. Mid-off is up, mid-on's back. Got a catching mid-wicket as well. Very aggressive field. Oh, and he's just snuck it past the bat. Batter got out on the front foot. Bat hanging there. Richards looking very, very keen to snag another catch here as Notif comes back in. Slower one. A little bit wide. Umpire thought about it, but he's handing Notif's cap back to him. It is over. That's 19 gone, 4 for 80. And if you couldn't hear it over the ambient mic, that was Old Campbell captain Andrew Richards stating that the new bowler at the school end is Veb Have, Vebs, Vebsy, V-Dog, Sausage, Chipolata, Chandra. Took 5 wickets last week. In a performance reviewed to be really up there with like Jasprit Bumrah in Perth level of just completely unplayable. Had the ball on a string. I believe the figures were 5 for 8, 5 for 9 off his allotment of overs. Bowled very well. Coming in for the last over before drinks. Looks like the plan is to try and tempt these batters into a mistake. So the field, it's 5-4. The only man back on the leg side is a backward square leg. Otherwise a conventional ring with 1 slip. Chandra into bowl. Sweep shot well played, well fielded by Sharp at square leg. Dot ball. Richards just tweaking his field. He's sending Sharp back. Bringing Tudor into a forward square leg. Chandra again. Back of the hand. Punchy back foot shot for the single. Well played. Good cricket all round.
But it'll make for great content with the commentary. It just doesn't have the same.
Richards setting up a very, very attacking field for the new batter here. Got a silly mid on, catching short cover. A gully, 2 slips. All the fielders up on the leg side. 4 balls left before drinks. Looks like Richards wants to take a wicket. Darts it in. Absolutely flies it in. Just beats the off stump. Well done. Comes in again between umpire and stumps. Very, very good delivery. Took a bit of speed off that. Gave it some flight above the batter's eye line. Trying to tempt him into a drive. Just not through Richards.
He was under a cloud yesterday.
More of a stock ball there from Chen. Another duck. Last ball before drinks.
He didn't bowl that well, but it might have been playing.
Chandra comes in. Slightly slow and well blocked. That's 20 overs and that is drinks.
Good session, Wellers!
We'll be back in just a moment from the sideline. We'll see if we can grab a player for some feedback on how they're seeing the game so far.
Great stuff, boyos!
Have you got someone on that?
Dougie, can you just check that we're like framed up? So I've got the captain and wicketkeeper of the Old Campbell Grammarians Cricket Club here, involved in all but one of the wickets so far.
Yeah.
Caught behind a stumping and involved in the run out. How are you seeing it out there?
Tough start, but a great fight back. The message to the boys so far has been, how many times have we, Camberwell, started strong, and then you have a collapse, and then they come out and they just chase it down, and what goes from a game that feels like you've got it in the bag to you get thumped. And that was the message after we got that first wicket. We turned this around right here, and it's been a wicket every 10 minutes since. The energy out there is fantastic. I just happened to miss a stumping off Maxi Bowden. That was a bad mistake, but it was a ball that was too good for everyone, but really proud of the fight back.
Fantastic. So talk us through, where's your head at? 8 overs in, Sharp's bowling well. You've had to drag Tudor, you've had to drag Winkett. What are you thinking at that point?
everyone knows their role, and I think our bowlers didn't hit the spots at the start. I just went up to Louis and was like, I was tough to start. He's like, no, this is bowling shit. And that's what this team's about, Everyone takes responsibility. But right now we've got Veb Chandra, who's hot. Abhinav's bowling a treat. And we've got Drew Tudor yet to come. Mark's bowling a treat. We're excited. I'm going to go grab a drink, but...
Fantastic. Love to hear your insight, Andrew. Good luck with the rest of the game. And we'll be back in about 5 minutes for the second session of the first innings of this grand final.
We've got to play some
Like right up on it.
freaks in the front row. All right, a big thanks to Andrew Crosby, who's stepping away from the commentary for his first stint. He, I believe, has gone down to the barbecue to get a few honey-glazed snags, courtesy of Rhett Nodurft and the Coles Corporation. So thanks to both of them. Taking over in commentary, you have myself, Mitchell Anderson, and we also have, straight from Serbia, Nick Johns Wickberg.
Mitch, thanks so much. As you said earlier, it truly is a privilege to be here. And I think privilege might be the operative word. Mark Nodurft, probably the best I've seen him bowl. Would you agree?
Agree. He's bowling beautifully there as he just gets batted away for no run. Right back to the top of his mark very quickly here. Untucked shirt, big caboose, running into bowl here. Oh, nice quicker ball. Gets right through him and well taken behind the stumps there by Richo. Just another display of wily veteran bowling here from Mark. Another quicker ball, back of a length, probably some would describe as short. Bit of a mix-up as he knocks it away to gully there and a throw to the bowler's end, but no damage done.
I believe someone said pick your fielder earlier, and that might be good advice because you're not getting any quick singles on Ari's arm as the batsman comes through. That's a nice shot. And they will get two. Good running. With, I think it's Moden batting with the fluorescent red helmet. It's quite a look, but he's zippy between the wickets. Batted very, very nicely so far as Nodurft comes in. Another quicker ball. Oh, he's dispatched that through covers. Save your legs on that one. That is a beautiful 4.
Cuatro carreras. A great shot through the covers. Nothing our zinced up man, Lou Winkett, could do about that. As we have fan and club legend Alex Reeve-Webber throwing the ball back in. Snag in one hand, ball in the other. Markey, let's see how he comes back from this one. That's Bowden's second boundary there. Nice lofted slower ball, and he gets the big front dog out and bats it away.
So we are 4 for 87 after 21 overs. Scotch on top for the first 10. Camberwell has made a significant comeback, and Mitch, it's all been triggered by Mark Nodeft. The moment he came on, he really did change the game. He got dispatched for 1-6, but as you say when you're in the field, we don't mind that. And since that point, he's bowled an absolute treat. The run out was off his bowling as well. A lot of just building up dot ball pressure and, you know, really making them think. As Vebs Chandra comes on to bowl his second over. Oh, another beautiful delivery. For those who missed it, Vebs took 5 for 9 off 7.2 overs last week. Almost single-handedly won the game for old Camberwell. Well, he was half of the winning combination with Sanuka G down the other end. Quick single here. Feel the fumbles they get through.
And congratulations to Vebs, who has welcomed beautiful twin baby boys into the world this year. And a big thanks to Yasmin Zavros, his wonderful wife, who's allowed him to be out here playing cricket today. So big cheers to Yasmin as well. As Vebs comes into bowl here. He's changing the field a little bit. For the left-hander, we had a silly point and a sort of silly gully. For the right-hander, we've just got a second or third slip there and pushed a few men out on the leg side. And he charges. Oh, perhaps a bit of a misstep from Andrew Richards there as they come back from the second. Not quite sure. Maybe it's come off his legs or just missed the gloves there. Either way, a little bit of excitement in this over from the sausage. A little chipolata as he comes into bowl again. Ooh, that might be the tiercerer there. Goes past the edge of the bat. Batsman looks to cut it. Circa Ian Healy, 1993. And he has not got any willow on that one. Veb's right quick into it again. I believe this is the last ball of the over. Oh, maybe a leg spinner there. Oh! Misses the bat, misses the keeper, and taken by Mark at second slip. Oh, correction there. I believe there is one more ball to come, in fact. Veb's wearing his trademark speed dealers there. Quicker one. Oh! And he's bowled him. He's bowled him with the quicker one. Might have been the leg spinner there. Might have been a flipper. I don't know. The batsman does not know. But what we do know is that he can no longer continue batting because he is out, clean bowled by V. Chandra. And I believe, how many's... Oh, Bennett. Yes, 5 for 90. That brings us to. And the bright red lid has forced to walk off. The sun has gone out in the solar system, and there's darkness all around for Scotch, unfortunately. We'll see who is in next, as we have Alex Reeve-Webber straight off a couple of Diamond League 1v1s in StarCraft 2 come to join us in the commentary box. And I believe he's just taken a few Zyrtec, so he should be ready to go. Who we have? We have Mark continuing here. And I believe this is his last over. So far, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 25 runs, 3 wickets at an economy of 3.5. Got a fella trotting out in the long sleeves here. We'll get you his name in a second. Charles Hocking, who has this season played 10 games, 6 innings for 74 runs at an average of 24 with a high score of 32. But he has bowled 45 overs, so we're definitely working into the all-rounders here. No specialist batsmen left, as we see some of the Scotch boys walking around sort of deep cover here with what appears to be some catering from Subway. Eat fresh. Oh, correction from our eagle-eyed commentary box here. Appears to be perhaps Krispy Kremes. Oh, I was correct. It was Subway. Eat fresh. Thank you very much. Here we go. Mark into bowl. First ball of his final over. Oh, a nice lofted one and left. Smart decision from the batsman there. And that is the in batsman, if you could describe it as such, Nick Bennett, who is 1 off of 8 deliveries. Second ball of the over. Here, quicker one from Mark. Whipped away very nicely. Down towards fine leg as both Ari and I believe Lou make chase there. Ari gets to it, throws it back in as they come in for the third. Great arm. Rockets past Andrew Richards, who was perhaps a little lackadaisical on that arm back there. And we have the new batsman on strike, Charles Hocking, to face his first ball against Mark Nodurft. Here we go. He's setting up, adjusting the pads. Got some nice blue on those gloves there, he does. Looks like he's working with an older bat. Couple of coats of linseed oil on that bad boy. Might be a grey Nichols, a little hard to see from here. Adjusts the box, ready to go. Oh, bit of a field change here as we have Stuart Sharp coming in from deep cover into a regulation cover. And Vebs hops across the pitch there into a very short mid-wicket. We've got a bit of dissent from the commentary box here. Here we go, Markey. First ball to Charles Hocking. Let's see what he does here. The left-handed bat of Charles Hocking. A very strong offside field here as Markey rolls the arm around. A nice fuller ball and well left. A smart leave from the batsman here as he knows that their team's in a bit of strife at 5 for 93. Off for a good start, and they've lost 5 wickets for 30 runs here. Oh, a moon bowl there as a little inside edge, and we get it thrown back into the bowler. Direct hit would have been out despite the unspectacular 2-knee dive from Nick Bennett. What's your take on the situation here, Johnsy?
It's a beautiful contest, really. Definitely Camberwell's on top at the moment, but, you know, in third grade cricket, you never know what's coming next as Mark bowls another beautiful ball just outside off stump, well left. Truly is a joy to be at Scotch watching cricket on a day like this. Second best oval in Australia, is that not right? Or in Victoria? Excellent drainage, they always told us back in the day. As Mark comes in, I believe this is his last ball of his spell, well left. That is an excellent spell from Mark Nodurft. Check the final figures, but what have we got? 3 for 28 off his 8 overs. Really changed the game. And we've got Vebs Chandra going to come in again from the other end. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Sanuka Gunatilaka from this end, Mitch. Sanuka, of course, took 4 for 12 last week against Maccabi in the semi-final. So
yeah, I was trying to figure out where the hell you guys were.
He's on fire. So nice to be back here, Scotch College main oval, looking out over the chapel where my very own grandparents got married in, I believe, 1952 or 1953. This school, of course, being the site of so many of my own personal failures, whether those be academic, sporting, or musical. Social even more, and I'd say the social failures continuing as I'm awkwardly stuttering my way through this break in play. As Andrew Collie Richards changes the field for the 3rd time between overs. But we do have Vebs coming around and through. Ooh, big appeal. Given not out by the umpire. Looked like it might have struck him outside off stump there. What do you reckon, Mitch?
I think it has, and just a quick reminder, our umpires today are Stephen Nicholson and Jerry Shembry, who have done a great job so far. Vebs flights it up, and a bit of a mindless poke from the batsman there, who may have forgotten that Mark is there. at short mid-wicket as it just cannons off his big right paw there. Vebs is coming back into bowl here. Oh, a quicker ball. Little fumble from Andrew Richards there behind the stumps, but he recollects himself well. And he appears to be doing some sort of seal clapping gesture to one of his fielders out there. Oh, another flighted ball from Vebs, but this time the batsman's played a much smarter shot. Got into it before it's pitched and whacked it right between mid-wicket and mid-on for, I believe, 4 runs. So great. I believe that would be, in Spanish, 4 carreras. So good shot there from the Scotch batsman. As much as it pains me to admit that. Got Vebs continuing here. The last 2 balls of his over. See what he's got here. Ooh, just back of the length. Just deflected with a straight bat there from, I believe that's Nick Bennett, yes. Nick Bennett in the short sleeves. Oh, Nick Bennett well left again. Decided he's made his runs off that over and leaves it well.
Ooh, so we've got Drew Tudor back onto bowl. DT started not in his best fashion this morning. 2 overs, none for 14. But I believe if he's not the club's all-time leading wicket taker, he'd be in the top 3. He is a very, very good bowler. Knows how to swing it both ways. Puts it on the spot. And I don't mind this change. What are we at? 24 overs? I think this is not a bad change. Few overs of medium pace. See what happens. So Richards just setting the field here. If there's one thing we know about our fearless leader, it's that he does love a field change. He does love a jazzy field change as well. So we've got a really, really short sort of mid-on, mid-wicket with Vebs. We've got a short cover. I believe it's Sharpie at short cover. And then apart from that, fairly regulation. So we'll just see. There's no slip. DT does love having a slip in there. He's quite partial to an outside edge. So DT coming around the wicket. Oh, beautiful ball first up. Beats the outside edge. Very, very well taken by Andrew Collie Richards, who is keeping up to the stumps. That is his specialty. You'll see it in the nets as well, which is pretty amazing. Keeping up to bowlers bowling 120 in the nets. Not bad. So we've got after 1 ball of DT, we've got a field change. Got someone going back to a sort of 3rd man, I think going all the way back to the boundary there. Oh. So that one's... DT's bowled that nicely. Batsman's tried to flick it off his thigh pad. I believe he's missed, and unfortunately Richards wasn't able to hold on to it. So eventful dot ball. Oh, another one just outside the off stump. This is 3 terrific balls by Drew Tudor. He's bowling very, very nicely. Obviously, we're trying our best to be impartial, but as old Camberwell Grammarian Cricket Club players, we'd love to see one take the edge. That one a bit further outside off stump and well left by the batsman. So we've got 2 balls to go this over. DT going through very efficiently. Apologies for any ambient sounds you might hear as the commentary box is getting fuller and fuller. And bit of a pause here, but we're back on. DT coming around the wicket. Ooh, that's gone down leg side. Missed by the keeper. They've taken a single, and it's called as byes. Did look a little bit from this angle like it could be wide, but sticking with byes. So final ball of the over. Let's see what DT can muster here. So Richards staying up to the stumps. DT coming through. Oh, it's beaten him again. Not sure about that. It's buys again. So, very hot and cold day for Richo here. He's done some absolutely amazing things. Incredible stumping. Really nice catch. Involved in a run out. But fair to say he's left a couple out there as well. Thanks very much to Andrew Colley Richards for setting up this absolutely terrific audio-visual setup we've got today. I think all of you will agree that live commentary on a third grade cricket match is pretty extreme, but here we are. If you're going to play it at the best ground or the second best ground in Victoria, you may as well go the whole hog. So, Vebs Chandra continuing. He's just bowling an absolute treat here. Did get hit for one boundary, but, you know, well placed. So he's hit that through covers. They'll get 2 here. And fielded by Lou Winkett. Oh, wow. They were looking for a third, which was never on. They've been very, very aggressive between the wickets. And to be fair, for the most part, they've run pretty well. But they did barbecue. Yeah, they did barbecue themselves once. And they've had a few close ones. So, Veb's coming back through. Dot ball there, well left.
Vebs Chandra, a foundational member of the club, been playing for 10 years, mostly in the first 11, but was captain of the second 11 when we won a grand final in 2017, of which we have one of the grand final winning players, Alex Reeve-Webber, with us here today. Most noted for back then was Vebs arriving to every game late and having a fantastic soul patch and no other facial hair as he comes into bowl here. Oh, charged. Oh! As he's bunted that just to the wide mid-on fielder there, and it's just gone above his hand. Not sure who that is. That might be Sandano over there. But that'll have the Wellers up and about. To their credit, Scotch have stopped the rot here. These two have dug in a little bit, and no wicket has fallen for a couple of runs. As we are currently 5 for 103, so the 100 up for Scotch. Another good ball from Vebs. Another solid front foot defence there. Another good ball from Vebs, but well played with a strong high elbow as he pushes that down to sort of 3/4 mid-off to Lou, and they take the single there to end the over. And we'll have Drew Tudor continuing on at the observatory end. Hands his hat to the umpire there. Here we have Drew Tudor continuing. We'll pull up his stats for you right now. His 3 overs, 1 maiden, which was the last over he bowled, for 14 runs. Economy of 4.6 and 5 wides. So we'll see what he's got here. Little hop step, runs into bowl. Nice back of a length. Nice forward defence as the batsman works himself into the shape of the letter C there. And bats that away beautifully. That is Bennett in the short sleeves, who's now 13 off 24 after a couple of boundaries. Oh! And he's been struck on the pads there. A little bit of interest from Chudor, but no interest from the umpire, anyone else on the field, or anyone in the commentary box here. Here we go. Another back of a length ball from Drew Tudor there. Batsman doesn't want a bar of it. We'll see if he takes a little bit of gumption and goes calypso for these back of a length balls. That could be pulled if he has the confidence to do so. Another back of the length ball, and he does exactly that as he tries to work that around the corner, and he's bunted it a little bit short of both the deep square leg and fine leg as it lands in no man's land for a single. 2 balls left in this over for Drew Tudor. Ooh, a fuller ball there. Hit towards the short mid-on as Sausage dives towards that one, but was never really a chance. Ooh, back of a length again as he cuts this from the stickers there. Didn't really get much willow onto that one. And ends the over with a single. So Drew Tudor, his last 2 overs, 12 balls for 1 run. So a great comeback there, having gone for 14 runs from his first 2 overs. Very uncharacteristic.
Did notice Sanuka warming up there. Very interesting to see whether that was a warm-up as in you've been asked by the captain to get ready, or if it's what we know in the twos as a Johnsy, where you warm up quite vigorously while trying to make eye contact with the captain to let them know that they should put you on. I'm getting the feeling that it might be the latter, to be perfectly honest.
I'd just like to address Mr. D Dan 12's comments in the live stream here. He says, when Skanker entering the comm box, the answer is an emphatic never, as I could not make it any clearer. Whatever that man has to say is not fit for broadcast, and we'd be breaking every code possible.
Also not allowed within 500 metres of a school. So we've got Vebs back around the wicket, blocked back to him. I think Vebs is bowling an absolute treat here. Hasn't got the breakthrough yet. He's gone for a few runs, not many, but bowling very, very nicely. Another forward defence straight back to the bowler. This is Vebs in his absolute prime. He's got Leo and Ari watching along at home with Mum. It's a beautiful sight. Oh, not even at home. They've arrived. Love to see it. The whole family here to cheer on Dad. As the batsman pushes that one out to sort of extra cover. Mark Nodev stops it, but they go through for a single. Mitch?
And another thanks to Caitlin in the chat, who says the punditry is giving her life in the comments section, which is great to hear. Surprised to hear that you would need anything more on top of a game of Div 3 cricket to make it any more exciting. But it's good to hear that you're loving the live stream. And I hope that little Mazda 2 is making its way down to Scotch College right now to watch live. And we'd love to have anyone else. We'd welcome anyone else on special comments. We'd welcome anyone from the Scotch cricket team to come down on special comments too, as the batsman takes 2 steps down to Vebs there, puts it to mid-on and knocks it for a single.
Vebs coming in for his second last ball of the over. We've got another field change. So we've got DT going into that very short mid-wicket. It's an absolute classic of Andrew Richards' captaincy, putting that fielder in. Oh, another defensive shot. It's good bowling. It's good batting. These two have batted very well. Haven't looked in trouble at all. Vebs comes in for the final ball of his over. Oh, it's a rank full toss. The umpire at square leg. He thought about it. He came to his senses and he said, no, that's over. 28 overs gone. We are 5 for 108. Really, really interesting position for this game. The commentary box is getting fuller and fuller. Drinks being passed around. I'm sure all of them non-alcoholic. DT continuing. He's bowled 2 very, very nice overs. Sanuka warming up vigorously, it must be said. Those shoulders going back and forth like nobody's business. We've got a third fine man coming in. And he's pushed that through covers nicely. They will get 2. It is Ari fielding, the specialist fielder, but they've got a comfortable 2 here. bit of background noise in the commentary box here as we're talking about the wine shops of West Footscray. As DT comes in, pushed back to the bowler, well stopped. The non-striking batsman going with a full-length dive to get back into his crease, but no danger. Really is a perfect day for cricket here. Bit of cloud coverage, bit of sun, 20-something degrees. Oh, as DT gets past the outside edge, and Cho is all over it. That, I didn't even see his hands move then. That was incredible. As I said, hot and cold day for the Cho, but we do love him behind the stumps. Drew comes in. That looked like a slower ball. Non-striking batsman has been backing up quite aggressively, but no danger here. It's a really, really interesting phase of this match. I feel like whoever gets on top in the next 10 overs has set themselves up really, really well for the rest of this match. DT comes in. Ooh, lofted, but it's between the fielders, just forward of square leg. Winkett giving chase, and Abhinav has got it, and they've run. And a nice 2 there. And that's 1 ball to come in the over, I believe. Maybe 2 balls to come. DT bowling nicely. That was a bit of a slightly risky shot, but well placed. Nick Bennett batting beautifully here. Ooh, pushes it to mid-off, just well fielded. Direct hit would have been close, but I think not out. And DT finishes off the over with a single to Scotch. Just waiting for that score to refresh, but at the end of 29 overs, we're 5 for 113. I've been asked by members of the Peanut Gallery to reminisce about my own time at Scotch in between overs. I first started at Scotch in year 4, which, when I look at it, would have been 1999. And I did the last 3 years of primary school and then my entire high school at this beautiful establishment. Obviously, I've since made the controversial move to defect to Old Camberwell Grammarians Cricket Club, a move that I don't regret at all, and one that's, really helped me develop as a cricketer and as a man. But this is, it's a great place to come on a Sunday afternoon. Lots of memories. Vebs Chandra coming in to bowl over number 6, is it? Ooh, outside off. Bit of bounce there from Vebs. Don't mind seeing that at all. Comes in for his second ball of the over. Oh, that's a direct hit. That is very close. Oh, really, really good cricket there. The umpire says not out. Very close. Also not far off a catch. Mark Nodift at short mid-wicket was very, very hungry for that one. Just a little bit to his right. Possibly with a Superman dive, could have got a finger on it. But very, very interesting times for this match. As Vebs comes in again. That's the quicker ball. Oh, beats the edge. Snaffled up by Richo. Feels like Scotch is just kicking into gear to get a bit of a move on here. I think they're realising this is the phase where they need to launch. Vebs comes into bowl. Oh, it's lofted. Oh, it's taken. Great catch. Trying to see who caught that. That's Lou Winkett with a really nice catch. Had to run in about 5 metres and slide down on his knees to get to that one. So that's a big, big moment in this match. Vebs with his first wicket. Let's have a look. Nick Bennett out, the man in form. Big moment. And I've got to say, Nick Bennett, 20 runs, great innings. Really, really looked very comfortable the whole time. came in at a moment where Scotch really needed a bit of a partnership, and he's batted beautifully. But just at the moment when they've needed to put the foot down, that is a really crucial wicket for old Camberwell, and Scotch will be a bit worried here. What do you reckon, Mitch?
Yep, just got to second that from Johnsy there. Great innings from Nick Bennett, who has ceased his moonlighting around in the 4th grade and come up to play the standard where he really should be, and knocked out a great 20-odd there. Despite my disparaging comments, it was a good knock. Next into bat, we will update you shortly. As he takes guard there, and I hope that somebody is saying middle is not moving around. We've got 2 long sleeve larrikins out there now. UV level is quite high, so we strongly recommend wearing long sleeves while you're playing cricket. This is Justin Baumgarten, who I believe was the late entry for this team, having Harry Parsons drop out from the semi-final into the grand final and Justin Baumgarten come in. So let's see what he's got here. We've got a question here. Was that Felix Baumgarten, the man who jumped from the stratosphere or wherever it was that he jumped from? And no, it's not, because that man died recently paragliding. So he is in fact dead. Our condolences to the Baumgarten family. Oh, looks like... Oh, we've got a great example of charades from Andrew Richards there, as Snooker Gunatilaka comes into bowl, affectionately known as Snooker, as Richo gives it a shot on one of the Red Triangle's finest felt tables there. And now let's see Snooker. You know, he's been at the club for 4 or 5 years now, really grown into his role. And let's see if he can really drop the nuclear bomb here and eliminate Scotch College. Bit of a change up in the field. Not sure if this is a right-handed must be a left-handed batsman. We've got Rish Nagpal down here at cow corner, as he turns around and give us that $1 million smile. Number 97, highly sought after at the club, number 97. Lots of argument about who was going to get that one. And he's walked in a bit there, and he's sort of about 10 metres off the fence as Snooker comes into bowl. His Darty off-spin bowls. Oh, a bit short, bit back of a length, bit of a loosener, but he gets away with it as it's just bunted towards mid-off. And a rousing round of applause from Rish Nagpal there, as he's happy with that bowling effort. Well, much better length there, just back of a length, and he's cut it. Oh, bit of a misfield from Stuart Sharp there as they double up. And he throws the ball falling away with a triple roll. Here we go. The bowler is ready, boys, so please take guard, batsmen. Here we go. Snooker for the 3rd ball of his over. Pushes a nice full one, but slashed through. Oh, another misfield. They will not take the second, though, as Vebs has done enough to stop that one there. And we've got a right-hander on here, so we've got a left-right combination. This is Baumgarten again here to face his 3rd ball. And his 1st ball off of Snooker. Bit of a field change as we have a deep fine leg coming in. Deep square leg, I should say. A nice full ball pushed to short cover, stopped there by Ari, who was our specialist fielder today. The league having decided that he had not played enough games to qualify as a playing member of the 11, but he is allowed to substitute field as Snooker's ball is pushed through to mid-off for no run. Ooh, bit of a short one. Oh, and he slapped it straight to that man at deep square leg. Oh, unfortunately, he's misjudged that, and it's gone for 6. But if I'm going to be harsh in the commentary box, I'd say he's not picked that up well at all there, and I believe had he been on the line, that would have been a wicket opportunity. If I were to say that in Spanish, in the words of the wonderful Mr. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, I would say, Maximo!
Thanks, Mitch. I agree. I think if the fielder was right on the boundary there, he would have got that one. So, not a great ball. You bowl a half tracker, you get hit for 6, you probably deserve it. But bit of a missed opportunity for Camberwell here. Can Scotch carry on with that momentum? That's the question for us here in the commentary box. Who have we got bowling now? Still Sausage, all right. Well, he's been bowling beautifully, so it makes sense. Vebs Chipolata Chandra coming through and around. Some late field changes, as we're used to seeing with this old Camberwell Grammarians team, but Sausage comes in now. Well left outside the off stump. He's really stuck to that line beautifully today. Very few balls not hitting the spot. And that's what we expect from Vebs. Quite a potent bowler, and maybe potent in other ways too. As he comes in, ball number 2. Ooh, batsman comes forward, pokes at it. Another misfield. Ooh, that's not great cricket there. Not the best shot. Bit of a misfield. Can't quite see who the culprit was there, but that shouldn't have been a run. So we've got the right-hander on strike now. Vebs coming over the wicket to our man Baumgarten.
Yeah, come on, your snacks are up here as well, buddy. Let's go have a look.
We'd just like to welcome Steve Richards into the commentary box over here, who will have joining us in a few minutes to talk us through the childhood of Andrew Richards and how he came up through the cricketing channels to become a legend of the old Camberwell Grammarians Cricket Club. So we welcome that in a few minutes when he's had a chance to settle down.
And that's great insight. There are many forensic psychologists who would love to know about the childhood as they scramble through for a quick single. Again, a little bit of a misfield. Would have been dicey if Ari had managed to get his full hand on that. I think, Mitch, that it would be incredibly valuable to understand why Andrew Collie Richards is the way he is. I think many tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars of therapy might be needed to fully grasp that. But that's a nice flick off the pads, and they're going to come back for 2. It was a rare loose ball from Vebs there. That was a full toss. I think the old Camberwell boys in the last couple of overs have maybe just switched off a little bit. Might need to get the chat up, get their heads really in the game. But a few, 3 or 4 runs that probably shouldn't have been there, just been leaking through. Anyway, Vebs to come into the left-hander. Ooh, nicely flighted. Vebs does get, the batsman gets to the pitch of it. And a dot ball. Where are we at the moment? We are 6 for 128 after 32 overs. What do you reckon par is here, Mitch?
I think par would be at least 180. And we'll just throw to one of the younger members of our club here as we go to Lachlan and we ask him the question of, what's your favourite thing about cricket, Lachlan?
I don't know.
That's okay. We all get a little bit shy sometimes. I'm sure Lachlan loves coming down and watching Daddy play cricket. And who's your favourite cricket player?
Drew.
Drew. Well, Drew has bowled beautifully in his second spell here, and we love the unwavering fealty and support shown from one of the younger members of the club, Lachlan. Thank you very much for that, Lachlan. And as we, oh, look at that, lovely. Some lovely manners shown. And Snooker comes into bowl. So I just move back to my seat in the commentary box. We might do a bit of roaming BT in the rooms at the tea break, which we must say, thanks to the MCC's generous funding of $180. Oh, as Snooker overpitches that one and is bashed through the covers. DT chases hard, backed up by Rish Nagpal and Ari, but unfortunately it beats all three as it's fallen in the Bermuda Triangle between them, and that's 4 runs. 4 carreras. Here we go. Here we go, Snooker. And that brings Scotch to 132 off 32.3. Bit of a change in the field as we've got a deep cover. As specialist fielder Ariman Bardwaj comes out to cover, gives a little wave to the commentary box. Oh, yes! Almost straight back into the game here. And it's another beautiful stumping from Andrew Richards, who has been described as my co-commentator as being hot and cold. Well, he's hot today. And that's a brilliant stumping done for his older brother, Steve Richards, courtesy of RSM Insurance, one of the long-time sponsors of the club. So thank you very much. That's another beautiful piece of keeping. And we actually just have Lou Winkett walking through here, who had a bit of an injury scare yesterday as his foot has been described as a 3-week-old blueberry. So talk us through what happened on, was it Deep Dean Park or?
Oh no, it was at Monash Uni, well known as the worst football pitch in Victoria. Just a syntho of absolute diabolic proportions. And what happened was a guy broke through on a through ball, and me being the Vinnie Jones-esque centre half that I am, decided to clean him up, and I came off second best. I did win the ball and it went out, and I finished off the game because I'm tough as nails, but that's beside the point. I cleaned him up as I did. He stood on my foot. My foot decided it wanted to grow into the size of a watermelon overnight.
And now talk us through your bowling innings today. Griff and Edie at the top, they did quite well there. Fan of the pace bowling. They lost it a bit when Markey came on, when that slower bowling came on. Was that foot impacting you that first over? Couple of balls went down the leg side, couple of front foot noes. Was that in your mind as you were bowling?
Well, it doesn't feel great, but I think that would be a cop-out. It was short and rubbish, and I could use more colourful language, but I'm not sure I'm allowed to on this platform, so I'm not going to, out of respect for Show himself. So, look, it was short, crap, rubbish, and it got what it deserved, but thankfully I've been able to somewhat help the side with a catch and a decent bit of fielding, despite my foot feeling like hellfire itself.
Absolutely done well, and thanks to Denko Rub for providing the heat and warmth that Lou's foot needs right now. At the numbing cream indeed, as Snooker slightly overpitches one as it's bunted to cover and fielded by Rish Nagpal, who runs in from a deeper cover there. Thanks again to Lou Winkett for joining us in the commentary box.
We move.
And as that over concludes here, we're going to rove again as we get over here. As we come to members of the crowd. Tony, what are you thinking of the game so far? How are you feeling about Camberwell today?
Oh, it's been a bit hit and miss by the boys from what I've seen, but I've only seen a few overs. So.
Tony's being a good father today and looking after his children, one of which we have here. That's understandable. It's very, very scary for a large bearded man to push a microphone into your mouth and ask you questions, so I totally understand the reluctance to answer. As we rove around to our original commentary team here, as we have Andy Crosby drinking the world's smallest can of Asahi, I believe that's 0.01 standard drinks in that one, is it?
It just looks smaller than these big hands.
Well said. So we hear a change of ends from Drew Tudor here, as there must have been a mathematical miscalculation about how to finish off this game, as Lachlan deftly climbs over the audiovisual equipment. And here we have DT coming into bowl from the school end. And well kept, goes through the keeper there. And now I'd like to invite Steve Richards to come and sit down next to me, because the microphone cable does not extend any further than its current position. Oh, bit of action, but that's not really what we're focused on here. First of all, talk us through this brand new pair of New Balances on your feet here, mate.
Thanks, Mitch. Good to be here, mate. They're actually not new. I just keep them clean. You can see the tongue. Horrible.
True, he's right.
Horrible podcasting, but they are falling to pieces.
Now, talk us through when you first thought that your younger brother, Andrew Richards, was decidedly obsessed with cricket. He's obviously played from a young age, but when do you feel that obsession really came through?
He's got a pretty obsessive personality. He always had things as a kid that he was very, very obsessed with. A couple of notable ones was magic tricks. He became obsessed with Chris Angel, card tricks.
Mind freak, that is, for those of you listening at home.
So card tricks, all that sort of stuff. Became downright obsessed with that. Another niche thing that he got obsessed with is at school one day, I had someone come in and talk about medieval times. I'll let you call the ball.
DT comes into bowl here. Pitched just back of a length there, down the leg side, as Andrew Richards claims that one in the Swan Richards gloves.
And they had someone come in and show the students how to make chainmail. So Andy went through about 3 months of making chainmail in his in his bedroom, which is
Ooh, as he bunts that one just short of mid-on. And chainmail, very interesting. And how far through? Are we talking a chest piece there, or do you start with a head piece, or?
I got no idea. I reckon he got about 10 inches in and thought, this is too hard. No wonder they stopped doing it.
He's sequestered himself away in his room. He's begged Mum and Dad for several trips down to Bunnings to collect some chicken wire to make the chainmail out of. As DT comes into bowl just back of a length, bunted straight back to him for no run. Brilliant stuff here. And so, your cricketing journey, Steve, talk us through that. Did you play in high school, or was more just of a juniors legend for you?
Yeah, it's Andy and I both played Camberwell Magpies, represent. Played there for years and years. That's where I met the illustrious Andrew Crosby, who plays for the club. So we did that all through juniors, played a bit of cricket in school, and I actually played a season with Crosby and another friend in Old Camberwell, the previous Old Camberwell before.
The old Hartwell Camberwell Cricket Club, our predecessor, who we say thanks to for leaving some money in the bank account for us to use.
It was good fun though, but yeah, senior cricket. I played a probably footy more than cricket after school, and then took up squash. But cricket is absolutely brilliant. I got a funny story on Andy. I'll let you call.
Here we go as Abhinav is back onto bowl. Oh, and it's slashed through to mid-off. Now, Abhinav, haven't seen him bowl much myself. A new player to the club this season. Very similar bowling style to DT. Just a bit of a quicker medium pace. Looks like he probably swings that thing around, keeps the fingers straight up and down on the seam there as we cut back to Steve Richards here.
We had we're pretty lucky to have a pretty big backyard as kids, and so Andy and I would play cricket most nights in summer, and Dad would sort of throw the ball at us, or it'd just be the two of us, but he was often there to keep us from butting heads. There'd always be some sort of fight that would happen, and we had a big net that would stop the ball going through.
And I can only imagine while you and Andy were out there playing cricket in the backyard, Tom was playing Command and Conquer on the Windows 98. Is that correct?
Correct. Bit of Warhammer 40,000 as well. But one night I was relentlessly bouncing Andy, and he was cracking the shits and said, "You're just not bowling it straight because I'll smack you." And I thought, you just watch this. And I thought I bowled an absolute peach, and he danced down the wicket, which is probably the first and last time he's ever done that. Smacked it. It went through the gap in the net, went through the window, and Mum had just laid out 5 plates of food for the family with some fish, some veggies, and some steamed mashed potato on it, and it had glass all through it, and it was an early bed with no dinner for Andy and I, but from it was Boxing Day. From that day forward, Andy always said, "I've got your measure, mate."
And the appropriate response from Mum there. Oh, as he sliced that right up into the air, Mark's underneath it, and it's taken. A huge leading edge drawn out by Abhinav there, and as you can hear around me, the crowd has gone wild for that one. A great catch there, brought on by a bit of brotherly love and spirit. And Mum's thinking, you know, all that smashed glass was worth it because Old Camberwell are doing well at Old Scotch here. So thanks to Steve Richards there in the commentary box as I move back to my original seat. We'll have Andrew Crosby coming back into the commentary box here to take over with his more straight down the line approach to commentary as opposed to my more roving approach. So, Andrew Crosby, your take on the game so far?
So after a fairly boisterous 18 odd overs, 15 odd overs rather, of Mitchell Anderson, Nicholas Johns Wickbird energy, you've got your founding commentator for this live stream, Andrew Crosby, back on the mic. Tale of the last 15 overs. Scotch lost a wicket early after drinks. Consolidated for a period. Looked like they were working their way back into the game before an Andrew Richards stumping spoke for that. That was Justin Baumgarten after a 17-run stand that really did look quite a lot like it had just slowly start to eke Scotch back into the game. Another 6-run partnership after that. That's James Fife, who's just been caught by Mark Notift after skying an attempted swipe over cow to Notift in the short point position. We've just had Agarwal deliver a ball to the new batter, whose name I will find for you momentarily. It is Frederick Strong. That's a dot off the first. So it's 8 for 138 off 34 and 5 deliveries. Full ball there from Agarwal, blocked well by Strong. That is him to 0 off 2. Charles Hocking is not out, 13 off 31. And just to remind you, the wickets that have fallen: Mark Griffiths caught behind off Mark Notift. Tom Edney out with the team on 64. He was run out. Great piece of fielding there. Hugh Hasker out at 3 for 71, stumped by Andrew Richards off the bowling Mark Notift. And then we had Ned McMillan out with the score at 80 runs. That's 4 for 80. A great caught and bowled by Marky Mark Notift. Max Bowden bowled by V-Dog, Vebhav, Vebsy, Sausage, Chandra with the score on 90, and then a 25-run stand for the 6th wicket. A little stabilising effort before Nick Bennett went out, caught by Lou Winkett off Vebhav Chandra. 7 for 132 was Justin Baumgarten, stumped by Andrew Richards off the bowling of Sanuka, Gunatilatka, and then the wicket we've just seen, 8 for 138. James Fife caught by Mark Notift off Agarwal. Tudor comes into bowl, start of the 36th over, and a nice offside drive for just the 1 run. Score moves to 8 for 139. Just over 35 overs gone. Run rate at 3.9. Hasn't quite hit those lofty heights of the 6-ish and over that it reached early on in the innings. Old Camberwell have really locked the door on many of the scoring options here today. Tudor just setting up at his mark. Comes in to bowl the second ball of his over. On a length. Batter tried to just noodle it away behind square there. Got through to the keeper, no run. Tudor in again. Fuller one. Off the pads, straight to the fielder in mid-wicket. And hurled into Andrew Richards. Stuart Sharp applying some pressure there. Oh, Drew Tudor puts down the return catch. It's hit back at him hard. Looked like it bounced off his chest there. Single for the batter, and it's 8 for 140. Tudor full and quick. The batter Hocking tries to carve him away and only gets the inside edge to Mark Notift in mid-wicket. Bit of nervous energy around the crowd today. It is grand final day after all as Tudor comes in slightly slow and he's taken it! Great return catch. Charles Hocking gone for 14 off 34. And a wonderful piece of fielding by Drew Tudor. He dropped one earlier this over, but he's more than made up for that now. He's got the set batter. Charles Hocking walking off, looking at the sky. Looking at his bat. I think the issue's at the other end of the stick. And Drew Tudor will be very happy with that. He had a pretty rough start to the day today. Went for 2 for 14 off his first two, but he's come back on late in this innings and he's absolutely humming now. 9 for 140, 36 overs gone. Here at Scotch College. Beautiful ground here. Wonderful day to be playing or watching cricket. We're in the grandstand here. Beautiful old grandstand it is. Just enough cloud cover so as not to necessitate the full zinc effort that you see on a lot of cricketers these days. But still a good day to remain sun smart. And Agarwal bowling again from the observatory end. Just having a little conference with his captain, Andrew Richards there. A little strategic conversation. A recap on the field. No one in the cordon. We do have third man on the circle. We've got a short point. Deep-ish cover. And then an extra cover just inside the circle. Lou Wink at a fairly straight mid-off. Got Sanuka at a short mid-on. Drew Tudor in a regulation mid-wicket as Agarwal comes in and a single to the batter to cover. Ball fielded in well. And an overthrow. That's not at all what old Campbell needed there. Just a little bit of slackness creeping its way in. 1 wicket left to get. You don't want to be giving away any more runs than you absolutely need to. Zagol comes in again for his second ball of the over. Little shot behind square there. Just a little drop and run down to the shortish third man there. Just to fill you in on the rest of the fielding positions, we've got 2 men on the fence. One at a fairly regulation mid-wicket, maybe a little bit square of regulation, and then a deep backward square leg. A goal coming in again. Fires it in full. Backward of square again, and it's past third man. They should get 2. Richards out to halfway, picks the ball up, loops it into Drew Tudor. That's 2 runs. Takes the tally to 9 for 145. 36 and a half overs bowled. It's definitely a time where you start to feel a little nervous in the field. Definitely want to close this innings out. You don't want that 10th wicket partnership to stretch out. Agarwal comes in. Full ball. Turned just behind square on the leg side. Richards fields it. 1 run. 9 for 146. And we've got Vebsy, V-Dog, Vebhav, Chipolata, Chorizo, Chandra. Just off the field having a little break before the batting innings starts.
What's everybody calling my guy? It's either DP or
I go all balls. Full toss. Carved away for 4 at over cow corner. Old Campbell won't be terribly happy about that. Those are cheap runs at this point in the innings. Takes the score to 9 for 150. And some feedback from the captain, wicketkeeper. You're doing everything perfect. Not great at adverbs, is Andrew Richards. Full quick ball. Just poked away on the offside. No to fields comfortably. And that's the over. Drew Tudor's got the ball again for the 38th over. Looks like we're closing out this first innings of the grand final between Old Camberwell and Old Scotch with the wily old man dartsy variety of bowlers rather than bring the quicks back on. I think it's a sensible strategic choice from Richards here. Especially bowling at tail enders, those quicks can get wickets very quickly, but the edges can wind up being expensive. So bring in slightly slower bowlers who can keep things tight. Very sensible from the young skipper. 37 overs gone, 9 for 150. Tudor into bowl. Full one, and he's got him! Straight through him, middle stump. He's bowled him, that's all out for 150. Very, very good performance here from Old Camberwell. After a slow start, bowling Old Scotch out for 150 runs on the dot before the overs are up. Great innings there. Now, before we get any of the fielding team in for their opinions on how that bowling innings went, a word from Nick Johns Wickberg.
What an up and down wild ride that was. At none for 58, you thought Scotch is going to put on 300 here. This is going to be humiliating. Old Camberwell they hand the ball over to Mark Nodeft, of all people, the one man who will never let us forget it if we do win today. He'll be talking about this for years and years, but he really did change the game. It's pretty incredible performance. That catch was quite memorable. He even sparked a run out. So credit where credit's due. I think the grade cricketer says you've got to give your flowers to Mark Nodeft. But for me, he was the player of that first innings. I thought the Scotch openers were both very effective. Mark Griffiths always looks brilliant, and I reckon he might have been a tad unlucky to be out. I wasn't convinced he hit that one. I'm not sure he was either. But that's the way the cookie crumbles, and Old Campbell have done really, really well to bowl them out for 150. What do you reckon, Cros?
Yeah, some really courageous captaincy there from Andrew Richards as well. His quicks were starting to get pushed around a little bit, a few expensive overs there, and rather than persist and try and really extend that strategy to try and get the wickets, he decided to take a bit of the pace off the ball, bring on people like Nodeft and Agarwal, bring Tudor on back late in the day, Vebsy V-Dog, Sausage Chipolata, Brat versus Chandra really put on a great turn up at the school end. Taking the speed off the ball, really wound up making the difference. Good performance behind the stumps from Richards. Less said about the buys, the better, but 2 stumpings caught behind and an invaluable presence in a run out. Really lovely performance there. Good comeback in the bowling from Drew Tudor. Really tied up and end nicely at the end there, having been knocked around a little bit early. And then what more can you say about Mark Nodeft? The man is he's a clutch player. He's noisy. He's a big character. He's a big presence in that dressing room. But boy, has he turned it on today! Great bowling. That caught and bowled was something truly to behold. And
he beheld it. He beheld it pretty well.
He truly beheld it, didn't he? Now I've got the captain of the team, Andrew Richards. We've got the captain of the first 11. Now we're just getting some direction here from the captain of the first 11, providing some instruction to the camera operator while we wait to interview him. Now this level of access being provided, we've got to thank the clubs and the association for providing this level of access to players in between innings. It's a recent innovation, and I feel it really gives the fans a great insight as to the mindset of players during a game. We thank the players for their time and for providing this level of access during a game. Andrew, all out, 150 on the dot. How did that feel?
150 target would have taken that at the start of the day. They came out really strong. They came out very strong, and then we got that first wicket, and we just didn't let up. There was a good fight back after the drinks break, but I think they lost 8 for about 80. The message to our boys was there's a beautiful scoreboard up here, which we'll cut to on the other camera right now in the post-production. But you'll see that the top score was about 25, a couple of 20s, and then we're into the teens. So what I said, it's action on our top 5. Someone's got to go out and make 40. Who's it going to be? And our bowling comeback was inspired by Mark when he put his hand up and said, bring me on the bowl. And he was the one who tightened up and got the wicket. So I don't know who it's going to be, but I reckon it's going to be someone who's going to stand up and get the job done today.
So 151 the target. That's under 4 and over. What are you saying to the top order batters before they go out there?
Just take your time. Although I reserve the right to immediately change my mind because we are sending Stuart Sharp out for the Sharpie experiment at the top. So expect controlled fireworks, controlled demolition.
So the Sharpie experiment, for those of you playing at home, is a nice case study in doing the same thing over and over and it not qualifying as insanity. Andrew Richards, captain, skipper, wicketkeeper extraordinaire, thank you for your time. Good luck with the batting innings.
Just a quick shout out, the goat of coconut water, Raw Sea. Get it if it's 50% off. It's a bargain.
Thank you, Andrew Richards. That's me, Andrew Crosby, for the rest of this bowling innings. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
I'm just going to get my beer, Lachlan, because I need it. I knew you'd be a bit of roaming BT in the room. Oh, I was a massive fan. I mean, it's all basically, it's just up, there's so many hours of cricket training. So I can hear what I've been really trying to do is give it the full light to... And he's gone! And he's got him straight through! It's good because I reckon you get a lot of the noise from when people are excited. Yeah, we'll say the ambient. So does anyone else do this break? We film our game on calls as well, but I don't do live stream. I just post clips. I barely even post full replays because the problem is sometimes some grounds, their spot for the ground is so people sit, you will see them When you rewatch the entire game, obviously I'll be doing stuff. I'm not going to. You'll note how complimentary I am. We brought it together. First spell's a little bit like that.
Cut Kate. Yeah, Kate. Hey! You got the chook shirt on? Can you show this off, please? Has everyone seen this?
I'll get it.
Wait, let's get that on the camera. Come over here, please. Chuck, come here. Chuck, come here. Wait, should you go on that side and then I'll spin around and say Chuck Richards?
Is that you proposing, Chad?
Tell us to spin.
There's a non-zero chance of you today, with the subway ring. Oh yeah. Just fuck it. Ring up and type it down.
Real good, baby. Please say it's real fucking good.
Yeah, Mitchie, are we doing a deep pre from the tea spread? Johnzy!
Yeah, no, I mean,
You're very funny on the
from here it looks like one of those ones that's like when it gets right in. Fucking great effort even getting it.
All right, talk us through that innings, Richard. As we have on special comments here, we have Caitlin, your wonderful, wonderful partner here.
I'm going to pass. I've got a mouthful of Subway. I'm going to pass it off to Caitlin because Caitlin, shout out Subway and Scotch for the lot spread. Caitlin's been tuning into the action. And what did you say about Johnsy's coverage?
Johnsy's a very good pundit. He's quite funny. I think that's quite surprising for quite a few people.
Wow, hear that, Johnsy. Quite surprising that you're quite funny. I mean, we knew you were well lauded for your athletic talents, but it's wonderful to hear that your comedic talents are not lagging far behind.
Caitlin has been waiting to premiere her brand new OCGCC merch. Chook, why don't you spin around and give us a look?
Wow, doesn't that look great? Chook, number 34. Brilliant stuff. Thanks to BLK, thanks to RSM, and most of all, thanks to the wonderful Clifton Hill Hotel.
Will we see them tonight, Mitchell Anderson?
Maybe in about 45 minutes when you guys get 36 off the first over and then 36 off every over after that.
This will be the most viewed section of the video if we get rolled in the first 5 overs.
Yeah, I think the Scotch fellas will love it if they do, if that does happen, which you won't.
I hope not.
Indeed.
Lots of runs. You're going to make a century.
Wow. We'll have to censor that, but thanks.
That really fucked with him though, because no one would do that. And the keeper's not going to come up to it. Traded the first two back down. But that was like one of the things. Basically. Yeah, so we played. It's just like 88. And it was just like game plan, just back out of your crease and then get further. Yeah, well, so like, I'm keeping and like every ball was like, yes, settle down. Jeez. Can you feel it? I got probably got one guy.
Someone called Chloe Amling commented in the stream, go Scotch, old Camberwell suck. And Ray commented Crosby. I reckon that's go chat her up.
I better go help field, I reckon. How's the vibes?
Oh my god, it's like the Michael Jordan Chicago Bulls intro music. That's actually just
The natural aroma of barbecue sauce.
sitting on I'll just bring you.
It's like,
Yeah.
I usually don't feel like.
Was the Insta going nuts with you?
I was just like, no, I'm not fucking best time on that.
Oh, Mitch, do you want me to send you that video? Put it in the general.
Oh, nice. That explains going to 21
Sources, trust me, bro.
Sweating. I pooped in the sun for 2 seconds.
Yeah, I'm feeling sweat everywhere. My head, my arms.
Delight.
You guys just need to do more heat acclimation.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure thing, buddy. I'll get right on that.
There was a boom mic here as well.
Yeah.
Well, it's the ambience.
Stadium effects, right? The ambiance.
He heated it onto you more.
That's the music we should have at the end of every over when you flash out their booth.
Yeah, no, we should get some like music going.
Do you know what the best sound effect today has been? The Scotch bloke throwing his helmet in the room. You can hear it echo.
Was that the guy who got stumped?
Yeah.
He was very sure he was.
And I reckon that the umpires listened.
Like,
I reckon all three of the run out, the two teams were all close. In my opinion.
With the LBW and the red, was clearly outside the line. And then he's like,
Yeah, and then the umpire called no balls. Like, I reckon that was just a revenge. I mean,
This is your fault, Lewis.
That's a revenge no ball. I don't like it.
So you still playing?
Yeah.
You got some very Where was your name? Tim. Andy.
Did we meet once before?
You and
or no?
Wesley down?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be. I've only played there.
No, and then he was
Just briefly.
Oh yeah, you gave me your thing.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
But you can hear it.
Yeah, it works.
It's not.
Thanks.
Zip that in.
Really nice. That was like after I went out for like Team Miami, I was like, does anyone else see this?
Yeah, that's right.
Then you get through the rest of the day. Yeah, but
Seems like there's a lot of sports injuries. Yeah. You know that makes sense. Something shit.
so I think it's just
It's that simple.
in Lou's case, it's like a blank subject. So my case,
Well, you like this because on Thursday, I did like a triple. I was just like, stupid. And like, by the time I got sick, I did the whole like, stop at the crease and then bowl. I turn around and everyone's like, just like, oh, this thing. Oh, they're fine. Like, they felt like, fine stretch, slide more. Silly thing, yes.
Right. Is that nutritionist informed or?
Absolutely. This is about 130 grams of pure energy.
Yellow, you know. The captain is the guy who's checking. The guy who's going to come out.
Steve, can I get you on camera saying that RSA
I'm impressed. Yeah, like you go
So he's got these sort of like
That reminds me, that was
Is there some mic on right now?
I don't think it'll show up on the screen.
Like, hey mate, so
I don't know if you want it showing up on the screen.
Is there like a 95% chance it's just a big headshot of me on the live stream? So just walking past the camera with a big dart. Good thing it's recorded.
Yeah, that is definitely going to show up.
Oh, that's going in the socials. It's also going on the press night for sure.
if something
The embodiment of the club.
happens,
It's going.
we've got these guys.
Rocks up for the day, ready to play, and
I
not
don't want to
punching.
rather saying it's I was like, just give me
Sick weather. And then he don't transfer.
In the sun, not
Yeah, well, we get the content makes 6, 7, 8 players down here.
I was nothing to do with it.
I fucking hate this one.
I just ran.
Oh, you go to the that's right.
I just wanted to come out and roll down.
Like I was just playing with a couple of mates and they both already played. I didn't see your fingers crossed there.
I think our biggest issue is everyone that plays well, because they think they're good, right? So we need to recapture them like when they're like 23 or 24, when they're actually not like they're just and I don't want to be playing like high level cricket. No, it's not even that high level, but they probably train twice a week and most of this shit. Have actual selection policies and whatnot. That's good.
Selection policy? Never heard of it.
Does anyone know what scores? Up in the window.
I'd much rather be playing today. Yeah. But given we can't play today, this is fucking.
When you don't play, you can't lose.
But you can still go to the pub.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Ash?
Are you guys Andy giving himself an example? Have you been exposed to it? He, like, what was it, like 2 years ago? He just started, like, basically, like, bullying us into calling him Joe.
And it worked.
And and that's, it kills me.
Because the only time I've heard choke is when like he does something and he like compliments himself. He'd be like, "Yes, Cho," and
Yeah,
I'm like,
but that's how it started.
Yeah, that's how it started. And now we all call him Cho. The Clifton Hill Hotel is the Cho.
"That's not how it fucking works. That's not how nicknames work."
No, probably need to get back on comms.
Welcome back to the Scotch Main Oval, rated the second best behind the MCG, according to the Scotch College Trust Fund.
So is this first season for you?
First half season.
Oh yeah, so you came in halfway through, did you? I didn't deny it.
Nah, it's good fun. Everyone's like,
Sharpie to face the first ball.
I played up to under 12.
Stuart Sharp on strike. Back here for the first ball of Old Campbell's batting innings.
Yeah. So like I've got an okay bowling.
Ball bowls, back of the length, thick edge. Single to third man. Stuart Sharp off the mark. Up in the middle there for Stuart Sharp. He lives to fight another day. A lot of club head speed on that. Edge just cleared the slip squad and wound up landing safely for a single.
Don't get me wrong, I was started last week. Yes.
Now it's Snooker on strike. Typically a bottom order batter. Bowler in. Full ball, well played. No run. Good front foot block there by Snooker. Now Old Campbell will be able to approach this inning slightly differently to Old Scotch. They know what the target is. They know that the run rate required is under 4. and they won't feel under pressure to take risks unduly. Bowler in. Full one. Blocked.
Is that just drink beer?
Yeah, just I'm here as a cheerleader. It's me and Sarah. That's why we're wearing it. Hello.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, play cricket hasn't updated yet. If it is Sandy, I'm blaming you guys. Bowler comes in. Good ball on a length, turned around the corner. Just a single. Takes Old Campbell to 0 wickets for 2 runs. 4 deliveries bowled. Stuart Sharp, the opening bowler for Old Campbell, also opening the batting. Bowler comes in. Good block from Sharp. Now it would be a stretch to refer to him as an all-rounder, despite his captain Andrew Richards' predilection for pushing him to the top of the order. It is known within the club as the Sharpie experiment, and one does wonder how many times you need to run an experiment before you accept that your hypothesis does not work out. Bowler in. Full one. Bit of confusion between the batters. No run out. That's the over. No wickets for 2 runs.
Like a loaded tonight.
So we will bring you the Old Scotch opening bowlers' names. Presently, our digital scoring platform is just taking a little while to inform us who they are. First ball coming up of the second over. Very quick, reared up off a length there. Batter did well to keep it out. Now, Old Scotch are missing one of their more dangerous weapons today, Harry Parsons, who terrorised the Old Campbell second 11 last year and first 11 this year. Very, very quick bowler who isn't here, and we are collectively quietly stoked about that. It's very fast. Bowler in for his second ball. Batter lets it go through to the keeper. Carries through well. Very high quality pitch here today. Another full one, well played off the front foot there. Sharp bit of fielding, no run. Good ball there. Very good line, very good length. Old Scotch bowlers finding their areas quicker than Old Campbells were able to. Haven't seen a single loose ball here so far. Bowler comes in. A little bit short of that one, just beat the outside edge. Batter looked a little bit uncomfortable with that length. Jammed up on the crease. Hasn't paid much of a price though.
The idea behind standard opening, he is a very patient man. Hopefully he can see off the new ball.
That's very good insight there from coach, the Old Campbell coach, Daniel Healy. As we see another full ball blocked out successfully there. Maiden over for the second over. No wickets for 2 runs after 2. I think both teams will be feeling pretty good about these first 2 overs. Old Scotch bowling very, very good areas, with Old Campbell struggling to get them away a little bit. One edge off Stuart Sharp that fell safely. Old Campbell probably pretty happy just not to be losing wickets at this point. It's not a huge total. Looks like a good batting surface. They'll feel confident that if they can bat out the overs, they can make that score. Ball comes in. Full ball. And that is 4. That is a great shot from Stuart Sharp there. He's just muscled that back past the bowler. If you could hear that through the ambient mic, he did not middle that. But he is a big, strong boy who hits big, strong shots, and that was absolutely one of them. He has pulverised that to the boundary.
I think what Croz is doing here is taking a page out of Gummis's book and treating Sharpie like he's a Trish.
And like a Trish, he can hit a big ball, as he has done again. That's a great shot from Stuart Sharp. He has almost definitely gone a little closer to the middle with that. Back of a length, leg stump. He's opened the shoulders and just carved that over mid-wicket for 4. That takes us to no wicket for 10 runs. Stuart Sharp on 9. And this is really why you open the batting with someone like Stuart Sharp. He's big, he's got a great eye, can get good club head speed, hits the ball a long way. And he's given the bowler a little bit of respect there. Just blocking it on the front foot.
And if you do want to score quickly at the start of the innings, you need somebody with no fear of losing the wicket, and that's what Sharpie provides.
Not a thought going through that big, beautiful head right now. Much less one of him losing his wicket. Bowler comes in again, bowling left arm over the wicket. Full ball, driven, no run. Well fielded by the mid-off fielder. And the live scoring has caught up to us. 2 overs and 4 rather, or 3. It keeps moving. 2 overs and 4 balls bowled. And Stuart Sharp's punched that through cover. Lovely shot. That's 3 fours from the over. That takes us to 0 for 14. Well played by Stuart Sharp there. And this is exactly why you open the batting with someone with his very specific skill set. I believe within Old Camberwell, it's seen as a relatively low-risk play. If he doesn't make runs, well, he's a bottom order batter. If he does, he'll make them fast, and he will absolutely punish that bad bowling and put the game out of reach very quickly. Bowler comes in, good delivery, respected, front foot block, 3 overs, none for 14. Great start for Old Camberwell.
As the great man Big John would say, bosh.
I'd like to echo that sentiment. Bosh. So that takes John Stavros to no runs for 14, no wickets for 14 runs rather, of his first 2 overs. Bowled a really tight first over, but Stuart Sharp got onto him there. Oliver Sparks here coming in for the first ball of his second over, and he is absolutely carved through the batter there. Beat the outside edge, through to the wicket keeper. No wicket, no run. And it looks like the wicket keeper is coming up to the stumps. Looks like it's Max Bowden. Now, as a wicket keeper, I have to admire this. Oliver Sparks, not a slow bowler by any means. He looks sharp. Keeping up to that kind of pace does take a great deal of confidence and a great deal of skill.
What Sandy would like to do here, it's predictable now. It's going to be full. It's going to be full. Sandy just needs to make sure that he plays late and doesn't overreach.
Thank you for that insight, Daniel Healy. That's it. Mr. Dan 12, if you would like to see any of that kind of insight on the broader internet. Sparks in again, full ball. Blocked well, big shout. From the commentary position, it looked like it was mostly bat. Fielding team liked it. Umpire did not. So I've got Stuart Sharp on 13 off 9 at the non-strikers as Sparks comes in, bowls full, and he's bowled him! Sandy gone for 1 off 13. The full straight one got him, played all around it, clean bowled. 1 for 14, 3 overs and 4 balls bowled. And the hero of the semi-final coming out to bat, Vebsy, V-Dog, Sausage, Chipolata, Bratwurst, Chorizo, Bunnings, Snag, Chandra. Took 5 for 7, 5 for 8, whatever it was last week. He's been bowling beautifully and he's batting 3. And those two things are unrelated. He bowled beautifully during the first innings here today. Let's see how he goes in the batting innings. In terms of profile of batter, he does have what's known in the coaching community as spaghetti arms. He's not typically a big hitter. He does work the ball around nicely though. He's very good behind square. He's got a very nice cover drive. And the job now is to consolidate. Take this team through to the 15-20 over mark. Bat at a strike rate in the 50 to 60 range and build a bit of a platform for his teammates to push on from. Sparks into bowl. Another full one, well left by Chandra. Historians disagree on why Chandra has sausage-related nicknames. Some say it's because of his dense and meaty constitution. Some say just like sausages.
For a man that likes sausages, there's a lack of biceps.
Big shout, and he's out. Caught behind. Chandra can't believe it. He does not believe he's hit that, but Adrian, the big Fisher, has triggered. He's out. Gesturing to his teammates how far he believes he missed the ball by. But none of that matters now. He is out. Fantastic piece of keeping there. Up to the stumps off a very quick bowler. Unfortunate for Vebsy, V-Dog, Sausage, Chorizo, Chipolata, Bratwurst, Cumberland, Morthea, Chandra.
Just a quick question, Cross. Did he borrow your bat?
There are a couple of bats getting around the club that have notoriously squeaky handles. It remains to be seen if Chandra's using one of them today. Unfortunate for him, he has been a big player this final series, but unable to get off the mark there. That's a duck. And a great shame it is. He is a very attractive batsman when he gets going. Very promising period here for Old Scotch. 4 overs gone, 2 for 14. And that's 2 for 0 for Oliver Sparks off his 2 overs. A maiden and then a maiden with 2 wickets. We see Stavros coming back in. Full wide one, and the keeper's still up. Interesting play. Stuart Sharp, not known for being particularly mobile around his crease. This may be a case of some wicket-keeping mind games. Yours truly, never been guilty of that. I wouldn't know what that's like. Stavros on his way back in. Another full one, well blocked by Sharp. The name of the game here may be consolidation at 2 for 14 early in a chase in a grand final. You don't want to be losing too many more wickets quickly after this.
With a defence like that, you'd be confused for Sharpie being a top order batsman, but we can assure you that is truly not the case.
Big shout here, and Sharp is out. That's 3 for 14. Unfortunately, the camera hasn't picked that up. We're having some technical issues, but it looked pretty out from where your commentary team is sitting. Take a brief break while we sort out our technical issues. Be back with you soon.
Joey.
So after a brief interlude where we dealt with some technical problems, we're back. Stavros in. That one stayed quite low, I think, because it pitched off the pitch. Traditionally not where bowlers intend to pitch the ball. And a big thanks to second 11, barrel-chested opening bowler Mitchell Anderson for helping us fix our technical issues. Well played by Richards there. Just defending it onto the offside and a nice loud no call. Sparks in quickly there. Back foot defensive shot. Just dropped down to the cordon. No run.
Was the camera stopped running itself for some reason.
Looks like we're in for a brief phase of consolidation here.
Come down and grab a snack, folks. Have another one. How about you buy a snack? Yeah, cool.
Another dot ball. And apologies to those of you playing at home. We do seem to be having some trouble getting the scoring to sync up. This will be remedied shortly.
Sunburn on, yeah, 'cause that's what you got.
Sparks in again. Short ball. Punch through the leg side. 2 runs on offer and 2 runs they will take. Well played there by Rishabh Nagpal. Sparks in. Oh, and an edge has been put down by the keeper. You have to think if he was back from the stumps, he takes that. Very, very, very difficult to take those when you're up to the stumps, is what I tell myself when I shell simple chances while keeping up to the stumps. That would have been an absolute screamer, but he has indeed dropped it. Does raise the question, what do you reckon the dropped catch fine is at Scotch College? As Sparks comes into bowl. Bowls a full one and fielded in cover. Traditionally, it's $2 a drop. Around these parts, you got to think there might be a couple of zeros on that. Stavros in, full ball. Well played by Richards. Quick single, risky single. Home comfortably in the end. Good intent from the old Camberwell captain there. Stavros bowling to Nagpal. Keeper still up to the stumps after dropping that chance in the last over. So the score is 3 for 24 off 8 overs. And Nagpal has put that one up in the air and it has been caught. He is out. It was a full straight ball. It's probably there to hit, but he has not got much of it at all. 4 for 24. Old Campbell on the ropes here. So that makes it 4 for 24 off 8 and a bit overs. Old Camberwell up a certain creek right now with a bit of work to do to find a paddle. New batter at the crease. Bowler in, full ball, wide ball, 3 runs for Old Camberwell. That takes it to 4 for 25.
At this point, the tactic for these two should be to see these two in a partnership to drinks and rebuild from there.
Sage words from Daniel Healy there as Stavros comes in. Short ball, turned around the corner and no run. Slightly uncomfortable looking shot there. Almost enough space to squeeze out a single. But to what my good friend Dan Healy was just saying, this pair, all they will want right now is for Old Campbell to make it 2 drinks, 4 down. Bowler in, well watched outside the off stumps. Well taken by the keeper. Old Scotch, based on the fielding positions, looking to really squeeze Old Camberwell here. Stavros comes in. Another good ball outside the off stumps. Looks like it tailed away from the right-hander a little bit there. It's a fairly conventional ring field. 3rd man on the boundary, fine leg on the boundary, 1 slip, short cover and otherwise fairly conventional ring. Just trying to squeeze Camberwell here, stop them taking singles. And conversely, Camberwell will want as many singles as they can get. Stavros in, full ball. Slightly streaky outside the off stump there. Definitely to the outer edge of the bat face there as it leaked away toward backward point. No run. 9 overs gone, 4 for 25.
I know that Richo's been a bit frustrated about his formal season, but this might free him up a little bit because now it's just all about survival. It's probably clears his mind up a bit.
Big opportunity for these two. Andrew Richards has struggled for runs. He's been one of the league's best batters for a number of years now. Had a bit of a down season. Last week batted very well to bring Old Camberwell home against Maccabee Ajax. In a rain-affected game. Brought Old Camberwell home with the plum, though. Sparks now starting his 5th over, 2 in the cordon. Reasonably attacking Ringfield otherwise. Sparks in. Short of a length, 4. Great shot from Andrew Richards. Short ball, 2 straight, punished. Good batting. Now I'd love to be a fly on the wall of Andrew Richards' head right now. Captain of this team. Very good bowling and fielding performance all told. Bowled Old Scotch out for 150. If you'd offered them that before the game, they would have taken it. But up against it now. Sparks on his way in. Well watched by Richards. It's an interesting strategic challenge to work through while you're batting out there. Team only needs about 4 runs and over. Very, very achievable on this pitch and in these conditions. Team also needs to retain wickets for a charge at the end. Richards will be looking to strike a very fine balance between attack and defence here. Punish the bad balls, as he has done earlier this over. Otherwise, block, leave, try and find a single where he can. Sparks on his way in. Full ball, well kept out. Good Yorker. Richards got his bat down just in time, edged it straight into the ground and slip fielded. Sparks on his way back in. Another short, straight ball. Richards tried to carve it away but didn't get that much of it. Straight to square leg, no run. Sparks runs in, full ball, well driven. Quick single. Very good single. Put a lot of pressure on the fielder there. Fielder was unable to take it completely cleanly. If he had, there might have been a runner on. But as it stands, a good single. 5 off the over so far. That brings the new batter on strike. Sparks in again. Short again. And just dropped through the cordon for a single. Deep third man fields. 1 run, 6 off the over. A productive over for Old Camberwell. Richards with that 4 off the first ball and then 2 singles. Fairly even battle between bat and ball right now. Old Scotch really do need to feel they're on top. Old Camberwell 4 down, not many runs. Over to Dan Healy.
I think what these two have done really well the last couple of overs is take the sting out of the game. You can really hear the chat from Scotch dropping down a little bit. I think that's what these two should continue to strive to do.
Absolutely. In finals, a lot of the game is about the psychological side of things, the energy management. Just taking a little bit of momentum away from Scotch can do a great deal of damage as Stavros comes in for the start of his 6th over. It was a good ball. Slightly tentative shot. Well taken by the keeper. No run. Stavros on his way back in. Good length ball. Carved through backward point. Only one run available. Richards scurried through quickly there. Had some interest in the second. Batting partner said, no thank you. I would like a break at the non-strikers.
Just interesting to hear that Skank is justifying his importance to this club, which I can assure the people watching he ain't him.
Indeed, he ain't. Stavros on his way in. Bowling to the left-handed Richards. Back of length. Punched past the diving slip fielder. They've turned for two. Richards home comfortably. Very good running. 2 runs. That makes it 3 off the over so far. Some green shoots of a resurgence from Old Camberwell here. Now they need to keep their heads, maintain their position in this game. Stavros on his way in. Well watched by Richards there. Full ball outside the off stump. He's left it alone. And as you may hear on the ambient microphone, some enthusiastic support from the Old Camberwell faithful. Stavros turns and comes back in. Full ball, well driven. Past the sprawling short cover for a single to Richards. Makes it 4 off the over so far.
Just a few comments from the question. Just a few questions from the comments. My dyslexia working there. When is that Ari guy going to bat Crosby?
It's a great question, one to which I do not know the answer. Next question.
Who is Vic Nicholas and whose daddy is he?
I believe I am his daddy. Next question, please.
Carry on, sir.
Thank you, Daniel Healy, for the questions from the cheap seats. Keep them coming in. In a brief, quiet period of the change of ends here in these idyllic surrounds. The red brick of the old Scotch chapel, or the Scotch College chapel rather, contrasted against the rich green of the native foliage around it. What a beautiful place to play cricket. New bowlers in. Short ball, 4. Richards clearly feeling very comfortable against that short pitch bowling. That's 3 short deliveries on his leg stump that he has felt very happy to just lean back and carve behind square on the leg side. 2 of them he's gotten away for 4 now. The third just dropped straight to square leg, but clearly a place in which he is very comfortable.
In the great words of Mitchell Anderson, Quattro Corrales.
Quattro Carreras as the bowler comes in. And Richards tries to carve it away on the leg side again, misses it. And I believe that will be a single by. And that is not a stat against the bowler, it's a stat against the keeper. And he will not be terribly pleased with that. Just a delicate little late cut through the cordon there. And that brings the score to 4 for 41 off 11 overs and 3 balls. Now, good delivery there from Sparks. He's come around the wicket. That one pitched outside the off stump and looked like it just swung in a little bit to Richards. Hit him somewhere near the midriff. Nothing too sensitive by the appearances of things, and Sparks turns and runs back in. Another good length ball and a lovely, lovely little leg glance off his hip. Sends it down to fine leg for a single. This appears to be Stavros on for, in the absence of live scoring. I believe it's his 7th over on the trot. Got to admire the fitness of the man. Trundling in again. Keeper up. Good length ball. Just dropped on the leg side by Richards for a single. Good batting, good bowling.
Question earlier from Nick Tremerks, 1721. What is DT's handicap?
And a little shout from the fielders there as Stavros comes in. Umpire didn't have a whole lot of interest in it. So to Nika Tremerks, 1721, what's DT's handicap? Well, I can tell you that it is 10.1. Having played with the great man yesterday, I saw him have about 30 points around Royal Yarra Bend as Stavros comes in. Full ball. Batter tries to just carve that away and misses the lot. Dot ball. Drew Tudor, one of the all-time greats of the old Camberwell Grammarians Cricket Club. Fairly rough day at the office yesterday at Royal Yarra Bend. Mid and long irons deserted him. Short game and decent nick, but it wasn't enough to keep his handicap under that double digits threshold. So he's out past 10 again. More's the pity. Another dot ball for Stavros there.
Probably a question from me, Croz. How does Drew Tudor find the time to golf in between moonlighting as a bank at NAB?
Stavros in with the full ball, well blocked. I think the answer to your question, Mr. Healy, is God only knows. He's got a very forgiving partner who, for reasons as yet unknown, is fine with him playing about 72 holes of golf a week at the Royal Northcote Golf Club. Shout out to our friends in Northcote as the ball gets turned down the leg side for a single. And we get to the end of the over. Drew Tudor, who at this rate looks likely to bat at about 8 or 9 for old Camberwell, has taken his golf extremely seriously the last 12 to 18 months. He's brought his handicap in dramatically. A lot of that improvement in his handicap due to his acceptance of the way he slices the ball with his driver. Sets up a good 20 degrees left of the fairway and just trusts in the slice. Tends to get it in play more often than not. not necessarily a big hitter of the ball. You might expect him to be able to swing the club reasonably fast given the whippy throwing and bowling action that he exhibits playing cricket, but old Noodle Arms Tudor not able to hit a big golf ball.
My follow-up question would be, even though he is blind as a bat, how does he hit the ball?
Well, he hits it further than he can see it. I'll give him that. Of late, he has been able to really refine his short game. He hits a high, very spinny pitch shot. As the new bowler, whose name is a complete mystery to me, I'm informed that it is Strong. Fred Strong. In an interesting piece of nominative determinism, Strong is able to really hurl the rock down at some pace. It was a good first ball there. Comes in again. Good length run up. Took a little bit of pace off that. Batter respected it.
I think you can really hear through the microphone that the sting has been taken out of this game a little bit now, even more. So these two doing what they need to do for the time being.
Very right there, Daniel. Oh, and a slow ball there from Strong. Out the back of the hand, really floated through. And again, respected by the batter. The batting team here really trying to take momentum out of the old Scotch fielding performance and bowling performance here, and they're doing a good job of it. They're keeping the scoreboard ticking over. They are behind the run rate. We'll bring you a score update soon. Another ball well blocked and allowed no call from Andrew Richards. Game plan here clearly wait for a loose ball and see if you can punish it. Otherwise, the name of the game is survive. Very difficult to chase a game if you're more than 4 down at drinks. Another slower ball. Good work on the ball here from Strong. It's bowling nicely. Batter showing him the due respect. Old Campbell just looking to build here. Very happy to give up a few dot balls if it means retaining their wickets. Now there are some very high quality low order hitters. There's another ball's blocked and we get to the over. Old Campbell will feel confident that if they can get to the last 10 overs with say 50, 60 runs to make, they will get there. But the challenge for them now, get to those last 10 overs with enough wickets in hand.
I might just tell the audience my highlights for the year as coach. Probably the flowering bromance that is of Skanker and Tony Pepperoni throughout the year. I must say it is a better love story than Twilight. Thank you.
Wonderful work there, Hills. Now Stavros on to bowl his last. Bowled very well today. Not many loose deliveries. Good full one there. Respected by Richards. Front foot block. Stavros in again. Shorter ball. Punch through the offside. Batter's working hard here, and it's made the boundary. It's 4 runs. Cuatro carreras! 4 runs to the old Campbell Grammarians Cricket Club. Lovely shot from Andrew Richards there. And I do apologise, dear listeners, that I let myself get carried away a touch after that shot. Stavros in again. Full toss. Carved away on the leg side. And that's another boundary for Richards and another boundary for the old Campbell Grammarians Cricket Club. And you hear the crowd going absolutely mild there. He's a hugely popular player, Andrew Richards. Multiple friends involved in this club. which is more than can be said for many of us. So kudos to him for his social connectivity. Stavros at the top of his mark. Another full ball. Front foot block. Good cricket around. The score's at 4 for 52. 14 and a half overs.
That right there is why he's the captain of the ones and us two players are sitting up here. Most of us, if we hit 2 fours in a row, we'll try and tonk the third one and possibly get out.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Stavros into bowl. Back of a length. Well taken by the keeper. Wide ball. One more run for old Campbell. So as you heard from the score earlier, run rate really not the issue here. Old Camberwell just need to find a way to bat these overs out as Stavros comes in again. Very good delivery there, just outside the off stump on a good length. The keeper does well to take it, and Richards just lets it go. Stavros back to his mark. Full one, blocked on the front foot by Richards. And that's the over. That's a really good spell there from Stavros. He's bowled beautifully. Couple of wickets. Not a great many runs off him. He gave away 2 fours in that last over, but he really needs to be pleased with how he's done today. It's a very good performance in a grand final.
Just a few more questions from the audience here. Sid B69 says, when is that Ari guy going to bat?
It's great to hear the enthusiasm from our loyal supporters for Ari. He's a wonderful cricketer. But I will have to leave it in the captain's hands to decide when he'll bat. Richards does like to maintain some flexibility around his batting order and make those kinds of decisions when suits him. So full ball there and blocked. Good areas again.
Follow-up question from Ayman Bawaj, 6002. Isn't Rish a Premier player? I can't confirm that, sorry.
Now, rumours like that are damaging to cricket as a sport and to Old Camberwell as a club, so I won't be dignifying that with a response. But I would ask this person who, from their username, it really is difficult to work out who they might be. I would ask them to refrain from sharing conspiracy theories in a forum such as this. Bowler comes in. Full one. Well played on the leg side. Fielded by mid-on. Dot ball.
We'll pop that question in the President Gumley files, I think.
It really is for the league to decide on these things. We lowly social media professionals have no say in such a matter. Short ball. Batter tries to carve it away on the leg side. Misses. It's still a wide. One more run on the score. Old Campbell really struggling to get this first change bowler at the school end away. He's bowling good areas. Not too quick. Now just gets turned onto the leg side for a single. Good batting, good running.
Probably a great lesson for us two players. If we have an early collapse, absorb the pressure a bit, it does get easier from there.
This really is a study in focus and energy management. You know, you've got 2 very high quality batters, number 4, number 6. Number 5, number 6 rather. Usually bat higher up the order as the bowler comes in and bowls it short and gets carved away. Fielded in the deep, just saves the 4. The batters will still get 2 runs out of that. That was a nice shot, very well fielded out there on the fine leg boundary. These 2 batters really showing the value of focus and grit after an early order collapse. The Old Campbell second 11 could have learned a valuable lesson about that before the semi-final last week. Full ball. Cover drive, beautiful shot. That's 4 runs to Richards. That is a great cricket shot. Lovely, lovely cricket from Andrew Richards there. He's leading from the front. Bows to his batting partner. Very good batting from Andrew Richards.
Just for the audience, story time with Johnsy.
Thanks, Croz. Thanks, Heels. We saw a brilliant save before by Mark Griffiths down at what I would imagine is deep third man. Now, Griff is... I'm not going to fully dox him with his age. I think I know roughly his age. Let's say he's been playing in this league since I was still at high school, probably before that. He is an unbelievable batsman. He went out today for 22 off an edge that, in all honesty, I'm not sure anyone thinks was an actual edge. As we have the bowler coming in here to Sandesh. Off the pads, no run. Anyway, we played against Griff in Div 4 a couple of months ago, and he scored half of the team's runs. It's absolutely impossible. As a pace bowler, you put him in a decent area in this league and you think you're going to do well. He just hit everything through covers or point. It was absolutely brilliant. Made 72. Bowler comes in here. Nicely defended. Again, no run. So Griff makes half of Scotch's score. And then in the fielding innings is placed down on the boundary for the entire of the fielding innings. You'd think a man who's twice the age of any of his teammates would get to just field in slip and not have to run, but they made him chase everything, and good on him. He did it with aplomb all day long. I'm a bit over half of Griff's age, and I'm not half the cricketer he is. If I'm a 10th of the cricketer Griff is at his age, I'll be a very happy man. I think we're 3 balls into this over, 3 dot balls. Very circumspect batting here by Sandesh. Oh, and as I say that, he takes a rank swipe at one down leg side, misses it. Potentially could have been stumped. It's all happening. It's all happening, but that's what we love about Div 3 cricket. Heels, what do you reckon?
We do. That was Serbian national and European Cricket League legend Nick Johns Wickersberg telling the story. Just woke up.
Another dot ball, so 5 balls into the over, no runs scored. That's fine by old Campbell. As Croz said earlier, this is all about 2-3 runs and over. Get it to that final 10 and then see if you can bring it home. But, you know, good bowling by Scotch. They're putting it in the right areas. Sharp in the field. And once again, as I say that, a pretty bad ball down leg side, and the batsman has completely missed it. So that's over. We don't quite have a live score unless I can get Heels to run down and check it for me. That was a maiden. So let's see. Unfortunately, the app has let us down. But we do see Drew Tudor pacing around the pavilion, yet to put the pads on. DT famously having scored 100 not out in the club's second season to win a match off his own bat. So we've got a score update. 4 for 61 off 18 overs. So definitely in Scotch's favour with those 4 early wickets, but Campbell's done really well to peg the momentum back. Richards on strike once again. Bowler coming round the wicket. He's just glanced that for a dot ball. If we know anything about the keeper from his batting innings, he's incredibly quick. So if you're going to get a single past him, it's going to have to be a pretty good shot. Cho really locking in here. Oh, he smashed that, lofted, but safe. And they're going to run the second. Oh, comfortably home. That's good running.
Great lesson there. Gummers won't have a heart attack because Richo did not turn blinder on that run.
He's been running very, very well, to be fair. That was a bit of a risky shot, down to deep backward square, but safe enough in the end and safely back for the second. Comes forward to that, pushes it to cover, and that is a dot ball. So, yeah.
I think Cho just gave a clue with that first shot. He'll be looking to score behind the wicket, if possible.
And that's one of Cho's great strengths, as we know. He's quite an innovative batsman. We see some T20 shots for him as he pushes that one again to cover for a dot. We see some ramps, we see some reverse sweeps, we see some flair, but I think today we're not going to see that unless it gets right down to the wire. So bowler coming in again. Ooh, that was a quicker one. He's bowled a few. And they've scampered through for a leg bye to about square leg. This bowler, and I do apologise, I don't have his name at hand because of the live scoring issue, but this bowler seems to be bowling a lot of fairly slow balls, and that was quite quick, that one, so he's clearly got that variation in him. So we've got Sandesh on strike. That was short. Again, not a great ball, but not connected with, and that's a dot ball, and that's over.
Richo at the moment would like the game to drift a bit. I think that's a good tactic for the time being. Just 5-10 overs from now, if these two are still in, Scotch might start looking at the scoreboard, and that might get us back in the game.
So Heels, from a coaching perspective, if we're looking more at the technical aspects, what do you love about Richo's game? What are his strengths?
He knows when to play the bad ball and puts out the good ones, just keeps it simple. I do feel like me sometimes, we do overthink it and we get a bit too technical with our game, but today he seems like he's kept it simple today.
So far, we will try not to put the moz on him. So, this will be, double check the name of the bowler here, coming right arm around. And Cho places it to backward point, but the fielder's on it in a flash, and that is a dot ball. We'll see if someone give us this bowler's name check. We get a score check and a bowler's name. Bowler coming in again around the wicket. Ooh, nicely pushed forward, but another dot.
As I said to Crosby a bit earlier, this situation might suit Richo. Just simple mindset, just keep your wicket, hit the bad balls, free up his mind a bit, and it seems like he has so far.
Fife comes into bowl. Oh, that is a rank wide and called as such. That was not a good ball. I think Fife should stick to playing footy for Fremantle on that evidence. Just kidding, just kidding. It's been pretty good otherwise.
On a scale of 1 to European Cricket League, how's that wide ranked for you?
I've seen worse in the European Cricket League, but not by that much. That wasn't a great ball. Ooh, that one looks like a slower ball as well. Very interesting tactics here by Scotch. I feel a lot of them are really charging in of quite a long run-up and then not bowling particularly quickly. But, hey, it's a dot ball. It's effective. We'll see what Cho's up to here. That one's beaten the keeper, but fielder just behind, so no run. Of course, we're watching here at the main oval at Scotch College, which is famously got the same drainage technology as the MCG. So it's widely considered the second best ground in Victoria, as my co-commentator Heels points out, a rumour spread by the Old Scotch Foundation, as that goes through for another dot ball.
I have to be honest here, my source was Trust Me Bro for that information, so take that for what you will.
I think a lot of information from Scotch College is Trust Me Bro, and I can say that as a former Scotch College student. So I am crowning this match today the Nick Johns Wickberg Cup, as that has gone through for another dot ball. So,
I'll just make a correction. It's the cup's named after Serbian international and European cricket legend Nick Johns Wickberg. Thank you very much.
thank you. Name pronounced incorrectly, but that's to be expected. So, end of another over. Again, no live scoring, but we're probably 4 for 65, I would hazard a guess, after that. And you'll see the beautiful chapel in the background there. As I've been in conversation with a few people today, it's actually where my grandparents got married in, I believe, 1953. It might be 1952. But strong family connection to this particular piece of land. As the bowler comes in, another one of those kind of, is it a slower ball, is it not kind of deliveries. It's very, very interesting because we've seen he's got a quicker one. I reckon he bowled one about 15 kilometres an hour quicker than that last over. So very interesting. We do also have on the left side of your screen the James Forbes Academy. Can you actually see these buildings on the screen, Heels? To the left, the James Forbes Academy, which is Scotch's state-of-the-art music school. I believe it was opened in 2001. I spent a lot of time there as a former tuba player, and to be honest, it was my favourite part of the school, and I'm kind of glad to see it as the bowler comes in, flicked away by Sandesh to square leg, but for a dot ball. Lots of good memories in that building. I'm not sure I had the physique of a tuba player in high school, but I definitely have it now.
It will be... These two will just need to embrace the boring period at the moment. It's a bit of a theme here where things don't seem to happen and something out of nothing happens for the opposition. It's happened all year with us at the two, so as long as these two just sort of take their breaks in between balls and reconcentrate, they should be fine.
Bowler comes in, and again just pushed away towards mid-wicket, but for no runs. So we're in that phase. I think we all recognise that this is good play by the batsman, just to kind of take the tempo, put the tempo into their own control, take the sting out of the game. By the same token, I think Scotch is bowling really well. Nice tight areas, not giving any free runs away. So a bit of a holding pattern here, which is not bad at all. Bowler comes in. That's the quicker one. So he's got it in his arsenal. It's very interesting. I don't mind it at all. That's another good over. And that is Drinks, 20 overs down. What a contest we have. So chasing 150. By my calculations, they need about 85 in the last 20 overs, which is absolutely doable. 6 wickets in hand. It's all about that wickets column. Scotch gets a few early wickets. Game's very much in their favour. The Wellers can get the next, I'm going to say, 30 or 40 runs without losing a wicket. Then they'll start to feel really, really confident. So, look, we're in for a treat. Everyone who's watching OCGCC TV, you're in for a great afternoon. I hope you've got your beverage of choice in hand, your loved ones around you. You've got the commentary pumped up to 11. Because, yeah, it's another great contest. As I've been here today, some of the memories from Scotch have come flooding back. And I was speaking to Sharpie earlier about my experience of facing a famous Scotch College graduate in the nets when I would have been in year 11 and he was 1 year ahead of me. For any AFL fans out there, a bloke called Nick Smith played 200 odd games as a nuggety back pocket for the Sydney Swans. Won the 2012 Premiership, just like the absolute salt-of-the-earth footballer, the kind of bloke you love to have on your team, does the job week in, week out. Now, I remember he was the captain of both cricket and football at Scotch, which must be nearly a first. He was an incredible athlete on both counts. And I remember one day, me as a, well, not sure if humble's the right word, humbled, let's say, third grade cricketer, getting asked to come and train with the firsts and seconds one week, being at the time probably a number 8 batsman, but you know, in my heart of hearts knew I was a number 11. Coming up against Nick Smith in the nets here at Scotch College. I remember, I think I faced 3 balls off Nick. Every, 3 balls in a row, pitched about half a metre outside leg. I came forward to try and defend it. Ball grips, rips, hits the top of off stump 3 times in a row. Absolutely incredible player. Didn't even go on to play cricket. Decided to play footy instead. So, yeah, lots of talent on these fields. Also where Cyril Rioli did his best work in high school footy, circa 2007. We've got the man Cho batting really nicely. Richo, you got any word? Richo helping us out with some technical issues in the middle of what's been a really good innings so far. All about that pushing on. One thing I will say, and I'm not sure how clear it is, well, looks pretty good on the vision. I have seen some men out on the field today who have thrown the American football so far. Like that one you just saw there, I reckon I saw someone throw it twice as far as that, which is unbelievable. Like, there's another one just there. Now, you might well ask, what are these rocket arms doing on the sidelines and not out in the field for Scotch? And I think that's a question their coaching staff might have to answer for.
Just got a crowd update from our head of gastronomy on the barbecue, Rets Shredder King Nordiff. I can report that he's about 2 beers away from repeating his brother's Mark's antics from 2 years ago against Old Carey in that grand final. As you all well probably know, it didn't end too well for Mark that day, so we'll keep an eye out for Shredder King.
I believe that was an official warning from the league for Mark Nodeft from 2 years ago. I think it's safe to say keeping the microphone away from Rhett is a great idea, not just today, but maybe any day of the week. As they're getting back out there, Cho just, wiping the sweat off the inside of his helmet, getting ready to go again.
Just to add to that, Mr. Mark Nordif has been banned from any present or future, possible present or future grand final celebrations or post-grand final celebrations. Just to add that.
As it should be, and as you can see, that's a wide first up, so not ideal from the Scotch bowler. Just a bit of a loosener after drinks. So, always tricky the drinks break. You always got to start again, work out where you're at. As bowler comes back in, that was Fuller, bit edgy by Cho. Goes down to sort of short third man, and they scurry through for a single. Not convincing by anyone there, but that's a better area by the bowler. If you're getting edges, you'd be pretty happy with that. So Sandesh back on strike, the right-hander. I think Wellers will be happy with this left-hand, right-hand combination in at the moment. As the bowler, I believe it's still Fife bowling, coming back in. Ooh, shortish down leg side. Sandesh has missed a few of them. Probably a few runs out there that he'd like his time again. But dot ball, no... I think in this phase of the match, you say if you haven't gone out to it, then that's a good result for you. But yeah, it might be one to work on over the off season. Just that shorter one down leg side. Just get something on it. At least get a single. Bowler comes in. That was a slower ball, definitely. He's pushed that again, just a sort of short mid wicket, no run.
The good thing about finals is whoever keeps it simple tends to win more. So Richo, I heard a passing comment that he said he wasn't feeling the best in terms of how he's hitting it, and that's fine. He's still out there. Doesn't matter how you feel. In fact, how you feel at the moment is overrated. If you're still in, you're still in the contest, and that's just a lovely pick of the gap there. That'll be at least 3. Or should have been at least 3. Mosden.
Yeah, there was a third run there if they wanted it. I think, look, we know Cho's great between the wickets. He's a very aggressive runner. Sandesh, maybe a little bit of an injury cloud coming into this match, so we can accept that. 2 runs, probably should have been 3, but nicely punched through cover from a full toss as the bowler comes in again. That one's a bit shorter and blocked just a short cover. So, you know, it's Div 3 cricket. You tend to leave a few runs out there, but I wouldn't want to see too many of those. I'm sure Cho would love to keep the pressure on with some quick singles. And Sandesh lining up in that sort of low crouch position he gets into. And that's, I'm not sure if he's got anything on that actually. It's gone down leg. Let's see what the umpire says. That's buys. Whew. A buy down leg. There you go.
Just a subtle lesson there for those watching. Sandesh has now absorbed the pressure. We just saw the short cover go back to a conventional cover. So well done to Sandesh. He's gotten through that period. Now opportunities should open up for him a bit more.
And that's exactly what you want to see from the batting side. There's nothing better than scoring a few runs and seeing the field change and knowing that you've got them where you want them to be. And then from that point, it's really all about, do you have the self-control to place it in the gaps? So, classic example, if you've got mid-off and mid-on up, and you hit 1 or 2 over them, start scoring runs, and they say, okay, we're going to push them back. That's one of the greatest victories you can have as a batsman, because at that point, you should be able to push almost any ball, especially off a spinner. You should pretty much be able to push a ball to long on or long off for a single and rotate the strike with ease. So, absolute classic of the genre. Sandesh doing well here. So, we've got a new bowler coming in here. Didn't catch the name. We'll see if we can get a scoreboard update. So 4 for 70. New bowler is Charlie Hocking, the old Chocking. Oh, that's a short, not a great start. Bit of a loosener, but push safely. Charlie Hocking coming in to bowl what looks like offies. Oh, bigger, muted appeal, I'll say. It's a bit of a... Sandesh went back to that one, and it didn't pop up as much as he hoped. We imagine it's going down leg side from this angle. He's got a very interesting run-up, Charlie Hocking. Oh, Sandesh is very lucky to get away with that one. Oh, that was not a good shot. That was a loopy ball, and he sort of half poked at it, just looped up short of mid-wicket, and very, very fortunate. As Charlie comes in with the high knees, which is a very interesting, it's like a military march to begin his run-up. Heels, what do you reckon?
I think with Mr. Hocking here, he is clearly trying to rush Sandesh, and I think there's a tactic by Scotch. I think what they're trying to do is just quicken up a bit, just because they've noticed... Ooh, close call there. I think they noticed the game's just meandering on, so I think this bowling change is more so about the energy, about just quickening the batsman up a bit and getting them off their game.
And look, it seems to be pretty effective so far. Haven't had any runs off it. In all honesty, that should have been a wicket 2 balls ago. Only Lady Luck saved Sandesh there. But, you know, 3rd grade cricket, you take your luck where you get it. I'm loving this run-up from C. Hocking here. I've done my fair few military tattoos on this very oval, and those are some real marching steps to begin with. It's short, it's down leg side. I think that might be a bye again. Wow, keeper's missed it. Not sure that's the best cricket I've ever seen, but you know, old Campbell stay safe and not too much damage for the bowlers.
As you can see, the Endies picked up with that over from C. Hocking. A few bits and pieces happened there. Now, would you say Mr. Hocking would have been in the Sergeant's Brigade in the Scotch Cadet program?
I imagine he was, potentially here with the bagpipes and the kilt, doing the tattoo at the end of the year, an event I'm very familiar with. As the bowler comes in, flicked off by Sandesh. That's much nicer. He honestly looks much more comfortable against the slightly quicker bowlers. So he's flicked that to square leg for a single. Nicely done. We got Cho back on strike here. So it's interesting. I think Cho probably hasn't had the strike for about 10 balls. So let's see what he's up to here. How comfortable he's feeling. Bowler coming around the wicket. Oh, it's a loopy full toss, and Cho has rightfully punished it. That's a beautiful shot. Sort of between square leg and mid-wicket. Cuatro carreras. That's lovely by Cho. I'll tell you what, that's a danger ball. If you haven't faced a ball for 10 minutes or so and you get a big loopy full toss, it's very, very easy to sky that and get out. But Cho's played that beautifully. He's absolutely picked the gap and along the ground the whole way for 4 runs. And bowler comes back in. Oh, another full toss. That's a no ball, I reckon. Ooh, let's see what square leg says. Cho's pushed that away for a single. No call by the umpire. That was pretty high. It'd be interesting to see that one on the replay. But, you know, we're not in the best position here, so we'll definitely take the umpire's word for it. Sandesh back on strike. It's been a good over so far for the batting team. Oh, well blocked by Sandesh. That was a good ball. That looked like it was on middle stump. Keeper's up as well, so a lot of pressure here. And Sandesh has played that one nicely. As Cho comes down to do a bit of gardening in the middle of the pitch. Maybe a few words of advice for his mate. The sun's really come out. This is absolutely beautiful conditions for cricket. And I've got to say, even better conditions to watch cricket. Bowler comes in. Oh, that's a nice ball. Oh, he's French cut that for a single. Oh, you could not do that if you tried. He's played that between his legs. He's got the quick single. Old Campbell will take it.
I think one piece of advice we could all give Sandesh here is just take his time for the next over against
Against Charlie Hocking.
Mr. Hocking, because Mr. Hocking's done a great job of quickening him up the last over. Oh, that bounced off the length, and it's being given a wide. Sorry, I thought it went the early crow there.
Been a few of them in recent overs. Now, that one's a wide, but we've had probably 3 or 4 byes in the past, maybe 3 overs. And it's an interesting one because the keeper is keeping up, so you will get that. You sort of got to make a decision then as the keeper and as the captain. Do you value the extra runs, or do you want that pressure on the batsman? Bowler comes in. Another really nice ball and blocked by Sandesh. So, again, don't have the live score. I would care to guess there were 8 or 9 runs off that over. Pretty productive one for the batting team. What do you reckon about the keeper up in this situation, Heels? What's your coaching perspective on that one?
I was about to, you read my mind, I was about to put my 2 cents in for that one. I'd keep the keeper up in the situation. It's a grand final. You want to throw all your cards out at this point of the game especially. And as we probably all notice at the moment, the game is meandering along nicely for old Camberwell. The sting's out of the game, which is fantastic. And just having the keeper up there just puts that little bit of pressure. If stings like the last over started happening, it's good to have him around the bat.
Interesting. Would you have any fielders closer to the bat? Because I know that was something when old Camberwell started to get on top in their bowling innings. It's a real classic from Cho that he put a short mid-wicket and a short cover in for most balls, and he put a lot of pressure on the batsman. Personally, as someone who bowls and who has captained before, I love it. I love having those two fielding positions, and I'd almost have that as a mainstay, you know, in most match situations. What do you reckon, Heels?
Well, Richo's on strike now. I'd keep the field as it is. He seems like he's more in control of the two, and what my plan should be is doing that, just getting him off strike, getting Sanjesh on strike, because he seems a bit more out of tune with the bowler's pace, or the bowler's pace in between deliveries. That's what I mean to say. Yeah, as you can see, the field's coming in now. Probably would have a short cover just to put him in the eye line. We'll see what happens here.
So it's a full toss that's been blocked back to the bowler. He's sprinting back to his mark. You're exactly right, Heels. He's putting that pressure on and coming back into bowl. Sandesh has flicked that well. Oh, wow. What happened there? So the bowler's stopped it, but hasn't grabbed it. Cho hasn't seen where it's gone, has taken off for the single, suddenly realises that the ball is right next to the bowler and has to come back and dive, and he might have even injured himself there. That would be a shocking way to hurt yourself. Hope he's okay. Definitely rubbing the tummy and the shoulder.
Probably a little gamesmanship there from Cho too, just slowing the pace down of Mr. Hocking in between deliveries, so it just gives Sandesh a bit of a breather in between balls.
And that was a bit of a half-tracker, to be perfectly honest, and blocked away. Cho had one of them earlier in the over that he put away for a single. Now, I'll tell you, that half-tracker can easily get a wicket if you're not paying attention. Well, that one's nicely played. Oh, well done by Sandesh. He's put that just backward of square. It's gone. Oh, just stopped. That's great fielding as well. That's... The old Camberwell supporters are saying it's 4, but I got to say, I think he stopped it. I think that was a very, very good effort. And they've got... How many have they taken off? They've taken 3 off it, so they've done well.
That was a fantastic stop, and then tribute to the great Dennis Committee, that was centimetre perfect.
Absolutely, maybe even millimetre perfect. No, very nicely played, good shot, and really, really good fielding. And that kind of fielding makes a big difference in finals. As C. Hocking comes in, Cho leaves that one, well left.
Just a little tweak there by Sandesh in between balls, as we know, he was a bit rushed in the last over, and one little tweak he made was he just, instead of walking away from his crease or the stumps, he just stood there, took that time to decompress, reset and get back into it, and he seemed much more in control that over.
Absolutely, that was a really nice shot, and you know, the previous ball was a similar length ball, which is not really the length you want to hit as a spinner, and he blocked it away, and we're, you know, I think in this circumstance, you in general say you want to score runs off a ball like that, but you know, the one thing you don't want to do is get out to it, so he's avoided that. I think this is Fife continuing. Sandesh on strike. That's full and down leg side, taken by the keeper. Now, Heels, interesting. As per our conversation last over, the keeper has gone back. So obviously those 3 or 4 byes have been weighing on his mind. Now, it'll be interesting to see how Sandesh plays this. Does he try and get down? Does he try and use that to his own advantage? Or is he just going to play it safe for the time being? Fife back into bowl. Really nice ball. That looked sort of off-stumpish, nice length. Sandesh blocks it beautifully.
It is an interesting observation. The keeper has stood back. I think the unpredictability of the pitch at the moment now is probably has played a hand in that. So no point giving unnecessary runs at the moment. Sandesh should take encouragement now, but there's nobody close up. He can get a bit more forward. He can play his shots with a bit more venom, with the confidence knowing that if he does miss time on or miss it and he drags his foot, he's not going to get stumped.
So sort of good cricket all round here. Fife bowling nicely this over. Comes in. Oh, the slower ball. Sandesh, what's happened there? He's tried to slog it, hasn't got much of it. It's sort of trickled to short mid-wicket. I think I've got the full commentator's curse on, because just as I say good cricket, that didn't look great from anyone.
Probably one good thing for the bowler now that the keeper's back, especially since he's a pace bowler, it just gives him more options and more variety to attack the stumps a bit more, knowing that if he does miss his mark, the keeper is in a safe position to grab it.
Absolutely, and he is really mixing his pace up here, which I like. I think, he seems to have pretty good control over that slower ball. That was another one there. So it's fair to say, if you're the batsman, you really need to be paying close attention, because it's not going to be easy to judge how fast it's coming on. Bowler comes in. Another slower ball, well dealt with by Sandesh. Forward defence. That's the over. I'm not moving. Heels is going down to check the scoreboard, because we don't have a great angle on it from the commentary box pavilion. I think you're going to have to get... Heels is trying to sneak a look from the pavilion, but I'm not having any of it. He needs to get further around. 4 for 84. 4 for 84 off 25. So chasing 151. Still needs 67 by my calculations. I'd say if they can get to the 30th over and they need about 50, old Camberwell will say this is where we want to be. New bowlers. Making Heels get his steps in today. He thought he was going to come and sit and have a few tins and chat on commentary, but he's getting in more steps than the fielders at this rate. Going to see who this new bowler is. Is it? Still Hocking. Yes. The familiar action. I love it. Another short ball. Cho just kind of guides that to backward point for a single. Gully even. Nicely fielded. Well, those who know me will know I am all about a quirky action. I've been described as a lawnmower amongst many other things for my own action. I'd say Hocking, his action itself isn't that weird, but the start, the two steps, I love it. Very, very... Sandesh gets that one to backward point, backward square, sorry. Cho looking for the second and disappointed. I've got to say, really well fielded. Nicely stopped there, because if he didn't get a hand on that, it was going for 4. And while Cho would have loved to get the second run, I'm not sure Sandesh would have made it back. So probably the right call in the end.
That's where it comes in. I think Scotch has saved in the last few overs at least 10 runs off their fielding.
Makes a huge, huge difference in a game like this, and that's another dot ball. So we're in that really, that nice period of the game where really anything could happen, and we're just waiting to see how it'll unfold. Hocking putting some nice revs on the ball in his warm-up, gets the knees up high, comes in, bit short. Cho punches it, sort of like a cut shot through cover, if you can play that, or maybe extra cover, but that was nicely placed. I think just punching through those singles is exactly what old Camberwell needs right now.
Probably a tactic these two should be aiming for is to try and get a single at least every 2 balls off Hocking here, just to...
No one heard that. No one heard
that. As Johnsy just rips a huge fart.
And the bowler rips a wide.
But Hocking here is that type of bowler that he goes through his overs so quick. If you just let him bowl a few dots or a few cheap overs, you quickly see up the scoreboard. And
I think the Scotch. Yeah, I think the Scotch supporters liked that one more than the Scotch players did. I think he was safe, and I think you're right, Heels. I'm not sure the fielder had full control of the ball anyway, but it's been a few of those in the last few overs. Cho wants everything, and Sandy's not having a bar of it. So it could be a problem. That is definitely a no ball. A huge full toss. Sandesh has played that beautifully down to backward square. Very good relay fielding. They've come back for 3. That's great running by Cho. Sandesh has sort of limped through for the third, but 3 no balls. Umpire, wow, no ball plus 3. Square leg umpire signalled a free hit. Now, I play Div 4 cricket, but I'm pretty sure that even in Div 3 cricket, you're not allowed a free hit, but I might be wrong on that. So, Cho on strike for this ball. Let's see, as Hocking comes in, really revs that ball in his sort of warm-up. Comes in, that's another, it's another full toss. It's not a no ball, but yeah, it is you want to be pitching them, I think.
So the danger with a bowler like Hocking here is that if you let him just get through his overs without much damage, look at the scoreboard and you see that 5 overs are gone in quick time. So that was a really good over, took advantage of the short balls. I was a bit worried for that ball after the 3. Cho was a bit huffed and puffed and rushing to face the ball, so actually good patience by him there.
And Old Campo have done really well just to run a drink out. I think that might have been Ari Bardwaj running a drink out. Just take another few seconds off. Just give yourself a little bit of extra time. They're batting really nicely. We're going to get a score check from the crowd. So it is 4 for 91 after 26, and Freddie Strong, who I reckon bowled earlier, the strong man, Mr. Muscles, coming into bowl. Let's see. And a pretty strong start and a strong shot. Oh, he's punched that through cover off the back foot. Save your legs. That's going for 4. Cuatro Carreras. That is a beautiful shot.
And again, this is a great lesson in patience here. These two came in when stuff was hitting the fan. Almost flipped it. And look, they've done the hard work. Now it's getting easier. The ball's getting softer. The Scotch bowlers are tiring. They're going to bowl a few more loose ones now. It's hopefully Sandesh and Richo capitalise.
Oh, there's a big appeal here. Not out. Might have been down leg. I think even the crowd could see that one was not out.
I put the statement to Crosby earlier that my highlight of the year was the brewing romance of Tony Pepperoni and Doug Potts. What would your highlight of the year be as they take a quick single?
Nice single there. It's been a great year, really. Obviously, for the twos, those who follow the club will be heartbroken with the twos that we couldn't get past the semi-final this year. 3 years in a row for me of being in the losing semi-final team at home, and I'm frankly sick of it. Absolutely stoked that the ones managed to get through and that we're here today. That, I think, for all who were a part of it, that was probably a highlight, as Richards plays that one straight back to the bowler for a dot. I will say, Dougie's 99 against Old Carey was an absolute sight to behold. If you haven't seen the highlights, get to our social media, have a look. It's one of the most incredible innings you'll ever see. And Cho plays that, I don't even really, hard to describe what he did there. It looked like he was going for a slog sweep. Maybe just got it's come off the bat to sort of a very fine leg for a single. Wasn't a convincing shot. But yeah, if you want to see Doug Skanker Potts go absolutely bunter against Carey, 99 off 54, I think, and then get bowled by a teenage leg spinner on a double bouncer, then yeah, you'll never see anything better in club cricket.
Can you just remind the audience, how many views did old Concrete Boots get after that double bounce bowled?
So I know we cracked 1 million. After that point, I'm not sure, but we did submit it to the Grade Cricketer for Wasted Saturdays. Very, very disappointed not to have got a run on that. We might have to resubmit and see if we can get some traction. But watching Dougie get clean bowled on a double bouncer was pretty incredible. Also pretty incredible that we nearly lost that match, given how they were chasing. So I think getting through there and getting the victory in a high-scoring match with one of the most ridiculous moments you'll ever see was pretty good. I will say on a broader sort of broader note, I think John Gumley's return after a horrific injury last year, we were there to watch him dislocate his knee. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen. To see him come back this year, lead the wicket taking in the league, first or second in the overall champion player, in the runs as well, catches, everything, as Richards hits that through mid-wicket for a single, and also return to captaincy. I mean, Gummers is the rightful captain of this team. He's the spiritual leader of the club and the actual leader of the club. We'll say that. So I think, yeah, having Gummers back in the frame has been just a brilliant sort of addition for us this year. As Hocking comes back in with that, another absolute half tracker, and that one has been mowed sort of over point, coming to backward point, and that very well fielded again. Richards coming back for 3. He's been running beautifully.
I think the short cover has been put in a couple of overs too late there. It's the right tactic, but probably the wrong timing, because I think Sandesh has now gotten used to Hocking's pace in between bowling, and he's probably picked up that rhythm.
As he comes into Cho, who pushes that to long on for a single. It's 3 short balls in a row. I think if you're bowling offies, you need to be getting your length probably a little bit better than that. But as I said earlier, a ball like that can get a wicket any day of the week when you're playing Div 3. As he comes in again. Now that's a beautiful delivery. That's the one he's been looking for. Really nice length. A bit hard to tell from here if it did anything, but definitely beat the outside edge.
Cho's bunting some singles around. People might be thinking he might just be playing for his 50, but I think on the flip side, he's actually doing the right thing here. He wants to be there at the 32nd over. He's been saying it all year. We've been preaching that as a club. So he wants to be at the 32nd over. So he's restraining himself. Had every right to have a swing at them, but also danger balls at this level. Could spoon it anywhere.
And a dot ball to finish off the over. Again, a little bit short, but Sandesh has just said, I want none of that. I'll just block that back to you. As pointed out by a fellow member of our elite commentary team, Mitchell Anderso, there's been a fair few double teapots out there in the field. Maybe a little bit of energy waning for old Scotch. I'll tell you what though, Heels. If they get 1 wicket, that all changes. So we're at this sort of tantalising point in the match for a neutral fan, which we're obviously not. We're incredibly biased. But we're at that point where 1 wicket just makes such a huge difference. As the strongman comes back into bowl. Oh, that was uppish. Cho trying to sort of nurdle that through the leg side. He's got a leading edge. It's popped up to where a short cover would probably be. Again, do they want to invest in that fielding position? That might change things a little bit.
As I said a bit earlier, they're at the point now where it is a holding pattern. It's pretty even at the moment. Cho flicks that and you get a single. So for Scotch, they're going to start looking at the scoreboard and say that the score has crept up from 4 for 14 early on to probably about now 4 to close to 100. So it's a massive partnership. They're probably now going to be searching for a wicket. These two, Sandesh and Richo, have to fight boredom at this point. They've got to embrace that this is going to be a boring period, and if they fight through it, they're going to reap the rewards later on.
And they've been doing that well. Sandesh just blocks that one out again. I think so far their application has been really, really good. Just to say, you know, we're not going to look to score off every ball, but if it's there, we're going to try. But still playing safely. I think, you know, really good cricket all round as Strong comes back in. Now that's a nice ball. That's a quicker one. I would not want to be keeping up to that kind of speed. Sandesh just dead bats it for no run. Really, really interesting stuff here.
As you can probably see, the keeper's now back up again. I think they're trying to put that pressure on. As I said before, they're searching for that 5th wicket now to try and bring that momentum.
Strong in. That's the slower ball. Oh, and flicked between square leg and mid wicket for a single. So, got Richo back on strike. You really see the field goes out as soon as Richo's on. They're clearly wanting to get Sandesh on strike, and they're willing to give Richo a single to stop him from scoring boundaries. Ooh, guided nicely back to the bowler there for a dot.
Interesting. I'm going to do my best Ian Chappell impersonation, and if I was captain commentary, I'd probably be trying to get Richo at the moment. He's close to his 50. That will be on his mind. Probably bringing in the field and putting a bit more of an attacking field there might make him think a bit more.
And possibly some more spin and maybe a bit more aggressive spin, if that makes sense. I'd love to see, well, wouldn't necessarily love to as a biased commentator, but as a neutral, a spinner who can really toss it up and get some revs on it. I think that could be a really interesting challenge, and get a few blokes in close to the bat and look for that sort of nervy kind of a leading edge. I reckon that's very much the go here. So we've got a new bowler, I believe. I'm going to ask Heels to do the score check and the bowler check again. He's more than willing. He loves getting his steps in, Heels. He's a primed athlete, perfectly built for waltzing over to the scoreboard. And Sandesh has flicked that one nicely, just wide of mid-on for a single. Nicely done there. Again, very, very safe. A lot of shots along the ground, which you don't always see these days. Since the advent of T20 cricket, I feel like... So we are 4 for 105. Baumgarten is the bowler. Baumgarten batted at number 8, I believe. So Richo on strike here. And he's flicked that one down to mid-off for another single. He moves up to 49. So that'll be 106 the score. So it'll be 45 to win from here. Scotch really, really wants a wicket right about now. This is definitely their time. Sandesh on strike. And that was a bit of a quicker one by Baumgartner, and just dead batted to that sort of short cover position, which, as I said, is a position I absolutely love. I think most of the time you should have someone in there. You know, if you get one past him and it goes for runs, I think you always cop that. But there's so many in our div. There's so many catches that just sort of pop up to that area. So I think it's a really good position. Baumgartner in again. Ooh, that's a swing and a miss. So that's beaten the outside edge. Nice bowling by Baumgartner. Got a very interesting sort of doesn't really steam in. Looks like he's holding back a bit on his run up, but it seems to be effective enough. Is it Baumgartner or Baumgarten? Baumgarten. My apologies there. I'm doing this completely blind, and I don't mean blind as in intoxicated. I mean I can't see a scorecard. Now that looks like a wide and called by the umpire. Yes, that was quite far outside off stump. Seems like the correct call from here. Heels.
Richo's one away from his 50 as well. Touchwood. That's not a Moz. As I said before, though, that's danger times for Cho. If he probably an opportunity for Scotch as well if they want to really press for it.
Now, that one was down leg side, not called wide. I'd suggest probably not a great delivery. And I think Baumgarten comes in for the last ball of his over now. Really, really interesting situation. Richo's down on his haunches a bit. Let's hope he's okay. He's done a lot of work out there. Did a lot with the gloves on as well. Baumgarten comes in. Sandesh punches that through covers. That is a beautiful cover drive, and that's going all the way. Save him. As my co-commentator heals, you probably heard that one. The old Cuatro Carreras. We love to see it from the Wellers. That's the end of the over. And by my calculations, there's 10 overs to go and about 40 required, maybe just under. So just about, we reckon. As we see, 40 runs, 10 overs, 6 wickets in hand.
And
that's our equation.
Richo 49.
As Yaz comes past with the Twins, future co-captains of the old Camberwell Grammarians Cricket Club. Leo and Ari there, shout out to them. They watched their dad make I think a 2-ball duck today, but you know, had a great semi-final, so we love the sausage.
I think it's a pretty good field. Not sure why they put the third man back at the moment. I thought that was a good spot for him where he was, but again, it's just me trying to, if I was in their shoes, just try and manufacture a wicket here because that's getting to that point. But Richo's being patient here. He doesn't want to give it away, but is that danger number as much as we're trying not to lose him.
He's not part of the Chili Peppers. He does not want to give it away. Give it away. Give it away now. And Mr. Muscles, I definitely wouldn't call him Mr. Muscles to his face because it sounds sarcastic, but I do love it as a nickname. Fred Strong comes in. He's bowled very nicely so far. That's a full ball. Cho punches it down to long off. That's the 50 up. Let's have a look. Does he... Very, very small acknowledgement with the bat. Oh, he's given us an acknowledgement in the pavilion. I like that. Sandesh comes down, shakes the hand. We enjoy that. But, as I'm sure Richo is saying to himself and to Sandesh, job not done. Plenty more to do for these old Camberwell Grammarians. Heels, what do you reckon?
So he's past the milestone now. We're getting close to that magic 32. Positive, negatives. His mind will be freed up. He might want to start. That's a great shot.
That's a great shot through mid-wicket. It's not going to go for 4. I reckon Richo will come back for the 3rd, and he does. Oh, and Sandesh has really pumped that. That's great running. And look, as we said, Sandesh has, you know, had some potentially slight injury clouds. We've just had an all-time Moz from the crowd, but he's you know, maybe not been absolutely 100% fitness, but he has really run with intent today. When it's not there, he said no, but he's kept up with Cho pretty well. Alrighty. The strong man comes in. Oh, and Cho's mowed that away behind square. Cuatro Carreras. That is a beautiful 4 from the Cho-meister. Choing with the flow. Heels, what are your thoughts?
As I said, now he's probably going to be buoyed. The fact he's got past that milestone, he's going to play with a bit more of a free mind now. So anything loose, he's going to try and pounce on. And yeah, opportunity here for him.
Strong comes in again. That one's a full toss. And Cho has placed it. Oh, he's placed it between mid-on and mid-off. And they'll get back for 2. They're very happy with the 2 there. Beautifully placed. Very safe area of the ground. Seems like one ball to come in the over. It's been a productive one so far. You do see Cho, he's working. He's definitely taking his breaths in, but he's put in a shift today. The question is, can that shift continue? Strong coming in again around the wicket, and that's a nice ball. Nice ball, punched towards point. Cho wants the single. Sandesh is having none of it. They avoid a mix-up and they're safe. And I reckon that might be Ari absolutely sprinting drinks onto the ground, as every 12th man should. Doing very, very nicely here.
30 off 9.
So 30 runs required off 9 overs. So we've got Cho on 56, Sandesh quietly sneaking his way up to 32. Haven't noticed it that much, but it's been good. Highlights. I've got highlights written on a card in front of me from my co-commentator. I'm going to pass over to Heels. Does he mean highlights of the match? Does he mean highlights of the season? Does he mean highlights of his coaching efforts? Let's see what the great man has to say.
Well, it has definitely been a highlight coaching this wonderful club. I've had a strong group behind me, so thank you to Gummers, Mitchie, Skanker, and of course the great man out there, Cho, who's batting wonderfully at the moment. Ooh, kicks off a good length. We set out a goal at the start of the year to just help everybody improve their game so that they can go out there and enjoy it every Sunday. And I hope that we've achieved that goal. As I keep pointing out the last couple of weeks in the twos. Good length, no run. We've actually gone from 0 50s last year, 2 50s the year before, to 7 50s as a team, with plenty of 45s and 49 scores in between, which is a fantastic effort by the group. I definitely can feel a culture shift in terms of when we come to training, we come there to improve our game for the enjoyment of our game. So, great Nerdle. That's all right. As they golden rule, don't run off the midfield.
I will say as well, Scotch's fielding has been very, very good. They've saved a lot of runs, especially those balls sort of running off to the boundary pretty quickly on this beautiful outfield. They've done a great job of, they've probably saved 10, 15 runs for the innings, which is very impressive. As Baumgarten comes in, that looked like a nice ball. It's lofted. It is out. That is the wicket Scotch needed. Sandesh Pereira, a really, really important knock. A really measured knock for the most part. The blood's got to his head on that one. He's tried to hoik it. He's skied it to somewhere just over cover. Really nice catch as well, just as I was complimenting Scotch's fielding. That was a much harder catch than it might have looked. He had to run back, he had to sort of turn around. He's taken it very calmly, but it's a great innings. Now, we have Mr. Mark Nodift with his distinctive, almost Scotch-coloured helmet walking out to the crease. Marky absolutely changed the game with the ball for Wellers today. The question is, can he bring him home? That's what we want to know. We've got the send-out song for Marky, otherwise known as the Bunderbolt. The burger from Bundaberg.
Wicket from Sandesh there, of Sandesh. It's going to give Scotch a bit of encouragement there. As any park cricketer knows, that's probably one of the harder catches to take because we don't have any, well, apart from this ground, we hardly have any elements to work with to go against the wind. It swirls as much more times as Mark charges and blocks it. The ball often swirls here in this type of park cricket environment. One of the harder catches to take, I'll say.
Absolutely. No, excellent fielding there by Scotch. Mark Nodift coming out. Now, as I believe, at school Mark was an opening batsman. He's come to Old Camberwell. Maybe didn't have the batting career he'd hoped for. As This is very interesting. Bowler's run into bowl. Long on was sprinting back to his position, not even looking at the ball as the bowler released that. Anyway, the ball has beaten Mark Notift outside edge, gone to the keeper. Confusion about whether they were going to run a single. It is all happening here at the Scotch College main oval. If my calculations are correct, we're at the magical 32 over mark. Cho's still there. Now, I don't have the scorecard at hand, but if my calculations are correct, I reckon that was a 98 or 99 run partnership with Sandesh. So that's huge. Can Cho and Mark bring the Wellers home? That is the question on everybody's mind. As we have what I believe is a change of bowler, I'm going to ask our faithful Heels to do his journey once again. Or maybe, let's see, Mitch Anderso is going to... No change. My apologies. It's still the strong man.
Just back to the coaching highlights again. Just I'd like to thank the committee for giving me the opportunity to coach a wonderful bunch of blokes who all embraced me, and I really appreciate it that you've had full faith in me to lead you guys off as Richo tries to hoik one to cow corner.
Well, Richo wasn't kidding about the 32 over mark. First ball after it, he tried to hit it for, I'd say that wasn't even 12. That was probably 18 he was trying for then. Got a big old 0. So, bowler charging in. Is this not Sparks? This looks like Sparks. I might be wrong. If it is Sparks, then that is absolutely the right move. You need your best bowler on. He was electric, pardon the pun, earlier on. And if there's anything that's going to light their fire, it's going to be Sparks. So let's see, as he really steams in. He comes in quickly, lets it go quickly. Beautiful action. Nicely played and nicely fielded at a very sort of short... something between cover and mid-on there. Again, a fielding position I absolutely love. I think we should see more of it at all levels of cricket. Let's see if the Sparkinator can do it. And Cho gets on the back foot and he's pulled that away for a single. Some discussion about a second run, but it was never on. And now we've got Mark versus Sparks. That's the kind of rhyming we love to see here at OCGCC TV.
What do you reckon here, Johnsy? Is he going to go the charge first ball, old Mark Nordiff? Or will he play it safe? I would almost bet money that Mark is going to come down the crease. I'm not sure he's going to try and hit it. I think he'll come down the crease and try and block it. Down the pitch, sorry. And he does just that and misses. And that, not out. And the umpire swatted a fly away from his hat at the crucial moment, giving me a mini heart attack, giving Mark a full-on heart attack. But we're all good. And Cho just jogs up and says, hey, Marky, don't go out, mate. Let's win this match of cricket. We can't understate how important Mark's role is at the moment here. He keeps his wicket, sticks with Cho, we get home. That's how important this innings for Mark will be.
Now that was down leg side, nothing on it. Mark coming back for the second. It's going to be tight. Oh my Lord. Well, umpire calls leg by. From here it looked like there was nothing on it, but I could very well be wrong. We'll check the replay at some point. I reckon if that was a direct hit, he was about 3 meters out, but it was a risky one. Let's see. Let's get a score update from Mr. Potts himself.
27 runs from 7 overs.
27 runs, 7 overs. That is the equation. 5 wickets in hand. I've got a note here telling me to cast my eye to next season. I don't think I can do that right now. That might be a post-match discussion because I'm pretty invested in this one. But I think, it's been a great season. I think for Old Camberwell, we're feeling good about what's to come. As Baumgarten comes back in. Oh, a full toss. It's going to land safe. That was not one of cricket's great moments right there. That was a pretty terrible ball and a shot to match. But they're safe. They get through for a single. Mark Nodift on strike. The Bunderbolt himself. Can he do it?
What do you reckon again? Charge?
Definitely, he's going to charge.
And fall safely, and just for a single. A lot of work for a single right there.
Heels. You know what that was? If you ordered Matthew Hayden from 2002 off Temu, you would get that shot. A right-handed man who walks down the crease, tries to hit it, barely gets it to mid-on. That's the kind of shot you would get. Oh, but that is prime Matthew Hayden. Maximo! Andrew Collie Richards takes one. I reckon.
Maximo!
I reckon he's hit that from outside off stump, and he's somehow managed to get it over square leg for 6. That forget Matthew Hayden from Temu. That was Matthew Hayden at his prime by the Cho. Well, pressure right back on Scotch. Let's see what happens here. Now he's played that very sensibly along the ground to short cover. This has been a feature of Cho's innings. Whenever he's gone big, he hasn't panicked. He hasn't continued to try and hit everything out of the park. He'll say, okay, next ball's a good one. I'm just going to play it sensibly. That's what we love. As the bowler comes in. Again, plays that along the ground to mid-off and gets through comfortably for a single. Another feature of this innings has just been really, really well thought out running. Aggressive running, but for the most part, good running. I believe my co-commentator is about to get into some karaoke. It's what we've all wanted to hear. End of the over. We're going to hear some karaoke from Daniel Healy himself. He's promised me. He's looked me in the eye and he said, I will sing. And here it is. Here it is, Heels.
I said next boundary, mate, so. No, Richo's showing some strong leadership here, so. Yes, it was in tribute to the great Matthew Richardson, that song. So next time he hits a boundary, we'll might pump it out, shall we?
Got some very biased Richmond Tigers commentary here. 18 runs required off 6 overs. We're going to bleep whatever that was out.
Drew's on the sideline, right? You know Drew's on the sideline. Oh,
so we've got Cho on strike. I reckon this might be Sparks' last over. Going to get that checked. I'm pretty sure he's bowled 7. Bowled very, very well. He's bowled 6, 7. Comes in. And Cho just kind of bunts that down at his feet. No run. I'm going to do a bit of a roam here and get the scorecard just to see, just to double check that this is Mr. Sparky. And check how many. Alrighty. Heels just confirmed that, but I know he can't see the scorecards, so I'm just going to get down. Apologies if I block anyone's view here. Let's see where we're at as he runs into bowl. Nicely played there by Cho, just sort of down to backward point for a single. 2 balls gone in the over. We've got Mark on strike. Now, if I were Scotch, I'd be saying this is our time to get a wicket. New batsman on strike. put a bit of pressure on. There's no slip. There's no real catching positions. So bowler comes in. Oh, wow. Mark. Oh, that is a rank swipe. He's been given... Gee whiz. He's been given LBW, I think. Might be caught behind. We'll confirm that one later. He's tried to absolutely mow that one over mid-wicket, and he was pretty far down the pitch, but we will have to assess that one. So there's the 6th wicket down. 6 for 134. 17 runs required. 4 wickets in hand. Abhinav Agarwal comes into bat. Oliver Sparks, 3 for 17. I've got to say, this bloke has bowled beautifully today. If there's one bloke who has deserved the wickets and really, looked a cut above, it's Oliver Sparks. He's been absolutely fantastic. Love to get a speed gun on him. Love to see how fast he's bowling, because it looks pretty quick to me. Looking at the scorecard here, 17 extras. I think that might have gone a little bit under the radar, but it's more than 10% of a total. I think when you're getting that many extras, you might be thinking, we've let a few go here. A few wides, a couple of no balls, and quite a few byes and leg byes that I'm sure the keeper wouldn't be thrilled with. So where we're at, with 3 balls into the over here. Now, if there's ever a time to survive 3 balls, this is it. Don't look to do anything crazy. Block the 3 balls out. Let Cho take the strike and move on from there. But this game is well and truly alive. We've seen the Wellers have a horrific collapse already today. As Sparks comes into bowl. Oh, that is a beautiful Yorker and very, very well dug out as well. That would have sent all 3 stumps flying. Sparks flying. Thank you very much. Oh, very, very well played. He's got 2 more to survive. I reckon that's the mindset here for the batsman. Again, not a particularly aggressive field, which is a bit surprising for the new batsman. Bowler comes in, well left outside off. Again, another beautiful delivery. I mean, I can't speak highly enough of how well this bloke's played. I think he's looked by far the most dangerous bowler. Had some good support from Stavros up top. But, he's only got 1 ball left, and that's what old Camberwell would be thinking. Survive this ball, and then the game is really, in their hands. Sparks comes in. Dug a bit short off the pad. Thigh pad. That's going to be... Wow, that's really interesting. Very interesting. So the umpires called it... Now this is one for the cricket nerds out there. So that's hit the thigh pad. The batsmen have run about halfway and then stopped, thinking, well, no shot offered, so it's not going to be runs. They look to the umpire. The umpire says, no, I think there was a shot offered. And so they scamper through and take the single. That's incredible. I'm not sure I've seen debates about whether there was a shot played or not. I'm not sure I've ever seen the batsman stop running and ask the umpire what he thinks. But if I'm not mistaken, that's been counted as 1 leg by. Jeez, you see everything. Now, the interesting thing about that, and we'll see if it comes back to bite old Camberwell, Richo would have been on strike if they'd either not run or if they'd taken the 2, which there was room, definitely time to take a 2 there. Richo would be on strike right now. They've only taken the single, and that leaves Agarwal on strike. And I'm not sure. I mean, he's looked fine so far, but you definitely want the Cho on strike if you can get him. What do you reckon, Heels?
Yeah, it's a bit of miscommunication there. But I like to point out, Johnsy, this is the fruits of Scotch's labour here in terms of their fielding. They've saved a good...
And he's gone. LBW. And as Johnsy pointed out, probably the run has lost us there.
I've got to say, Heels, in my storied one-day-long career as a commentator, sometimes you call them right, and bloody hell, if I didn't call that one, I don't know what I did. You don't want to be putting your number 8 on strike when he doesn't need to be. That's all I'll say. And look, it might not end up costing Old Camberwell, but suddenly 16 runs to get only 3 wickets in hand. That's where this gets nervous. Now, if my eyes don't deceive me, this is Mr. Drew Tudor coming out to bat. The man, let's say the man with the golfing handicap. Numbers don't do it justice. Tudor, I actually don't even know it that well, but Drew is out on the pitch now. Drew's career, Drew is an absolute stalwart of the Old Camberwell Grammarians Cricket Club. If he's not our leading wicket taker of all time, he'd be up there in the top 2 or 3. Wouldn't be far off leading run scorer either. Has been a lean patch with the bat, so we'll see how he goes here. Need to have all his concentration. Well, he swept that one off the stump. That is an ambitious shot first ball. He swept it for a very quick single. Cho back on strike.
Really good pair for running quick singles here. I was just about to... We've been complimenting Scotch's fielding all day. And about 16 runs now to win for Old Camberwell. That's probably what Scotch has saved in their fielding. So they've earned the right to be in this position to make Old Camberwell feel a bit nervous at the moment. Again, these two stalwarts of the club, really good runners between wickets.
Absolutely, and that's what you need at this stage. And Richards just dead bats that one. Beautiful back foot defence back to the bowler. I mean, he is showing all the mental fortitude you'd want here from your skipper. And look, I've got to say, Baumgarten bowling really nicely as well. He's got a couple of wickets now, I think. Am I right? 2 wickets? 1 wicket? Anyway, bowling very nicely. Comes in and, bit of a nervous poke at that one. I wouldn't say that was the best shot he's played all day, but it's safely back to the bowler for a single. For a dot ball.
Not only in the context of this game was those last 2 wickets huge for Scotch. Not just because it's an extra 2 wickets on the scoreboard, but I think this does something to the mindset of Richo at the moment. He looks a bit more back to the reserved part like he was at the start of the innings.
Wow, that's gone through everyone. And it's just stopped. The Old Camberwell boys don't like it. They reckon the foot was over the line. But from where I am, I'm saying that was well fielded. The Scotch boys don't like it. A bit of tension here. They reckon it was saved. The Wellers reckon it wasn't. 2 byes either way. I've got to say, I've got a pretty good angle on that. I would not be calling that 4. I reckon he did a very good job there. Bowler comes in. Richards on strike. Beautifully played. Just through gully for a single. He's done that so well today. Just push those little singles like, it doesn't look like much, but it just adds up. And I think one really important aspect, back to what we were saying before, he keeps the strike. I think that is very, very important. Also, really important, Sparks has bowled out. So I reckon this might be Fred Strong coming back on. I think from an Old Camberwell perspective, that's exactly what they needed then. A cheeky 2 byes, followed by a nice little pushed out single. I will say as well, our live situation here is a bit difficult with the technology, but I know you're out there watching. There's a few overs left. Give us some comments on YouTube. Let us know how the boys are doing. If you've got any questions for us, now's the time, because one way or another, either there's going to be how many runs required. There's either going to be 12 runs or 3 wickets fairly soon. So if you've got any questions, now's the time. Heels?
as I mentioned before, Drew is a really strong runner between the wickets. So even though Cho might be a bit more reserved in how he's going to bat from this point onwards, I think he can take a bit of trust and a bit of comfort knowing that Drew will run those quick singles for him to help with the strike rotation.
As demonstrated there. So he's just pushed one down to long off. That's an easy single for anyone, Atrish Sharma included. Trishy, we know you're watching. We love you, mate. So Drew now taking strike. Bowler coming in from the observatory end. The state-of-the-art Scotch space telescope housed just behind the bowler's arm here. I'm not joking. I believe they still have that. Bowler comes in. And DT dead pass. That quick single, risky single, but Cho gets threes again. He called that from the second it hit the bat, and he was absolutely steaming through. To be honest, there's probably not a single there for most people, but the way he's running today, made it look easy. So, 10 runs to win. 3 wickets in hand. Oh, and that is... Andrew Richards has played beautifully today, and that's probably the worst shot he's tried to hit. He's charged down the pitch, tried to hit it over mid-wicket for a million, and not only been hit by the ball, but fallen over as he's doing it. Heels, I'm surprised there was no appeal. Maybe a muted appeal, let's say.
I don't think he needed to do that. I don't think he doesn't need to try and manufacture something at the moment.
Bowler comes in. Cho hits it straight back to the bowler for a dot ball. Well fielded, Fred Strong. Fred Strong into his 8th over, none for 30, 2 maidens. I feel like he's bowled better than that. I think he's maybe been a little bit unlucky today. I think he's been pretty good areas. And I'll tell you what, grade cricket does not care for you bowling good areas. You can still go for runs and take no wickets. It's just the nature of the game. And Cho's absolutely mowed that one to sort of cow corner. Fieldsman chases, it's Griff. Of course he's going to stop it. Flicks it back to the other fielder. 3 runs for the Wellers. That's a great shot. Great fielding by Mark Griffiths as well. And Richo is feeling, he's feeling every run now. He is absolutely, I can imagine the lactic acid is just screaming at him at this point, but he's determined. We've got Drew Tudor on strike now. What's he going to do? That's a great ball. That's a great ball. There's an appeal, but he was nowhere near it. That is a nice ball to finish off. Full outside off. Drew can't get anything on it. Cho is on his knees at the other end. And Ari sprinting out faster than I've ever moved, for sure, to get a water bottle out to him. That is beautiful. Well, no, not heels. Nah, there's like 7 runs. Oh. So, the calculation. 7 runs required. 3 overs left. 3 wickets remaining. Andrew Collie Richards on strike. Get a really quick comment from Shredder Q himself, the barbecue man, Mr. Rhett Nodift. What do you reckon, mate?
Another quick calculation. There's about 22 snags left for 11 winners. And not far off soon. So, yeah, hopefully the boys can get a win.
We like that. 2 snags per winner. Unfortunately, I guess we did name 12 today, so someone's going hungry, but blocked out by Richards there. This is Baumgarten coming in. 1 for 20 again. I feel like he's maybe even bowled a bit better than that. 1 for 20 from his 4 overs. Oh, people are nervous. The Scotch crowd biting their fingernails. The Camberwell crowd up and about right next to the boundary, just waiting to see what happens. And Richo back with another beautiful defensive shot. Richo 73 not in this chase. Have we got any comments, Heels? Anyone, check YouTube. Have we got anyone trying to speak to us? What do we got? No one even watching. That's disgusting. What are we even doing it for? As Baumgarten comes in. And Cho absolutely mows that one over square. Fielder is unsure. The umpires called it 4 runs. Cuatro carreras.
I want to be a Richo man.
Richo man. We all do. Men want to be him. Women maybe want to watch him when he's got his shirt off. I won't go any further with that particular comment, but it is the Cho. It's our man. And he hits that one to that sort of mid-wicket, just to the side of mid-wicket, and they scurry through for a pretty easy single. The fielder sort of rolls it back and somehow manages to hit the stumps. Direct hit, we love that. Drew Tudor on strike. 2 runs to win. 3 wickets remaining. This is where it's at for the Wellers. I'm all on my own in the commentary area. Everyone else has gone across to celebrate. Well, they hope to celebrate. Don't want to put a moz on it. That one's down leg side for a very cheeky dot. I believe Mitchell Anderson is. Mitchell Anderson is looking to find me a low alcohol beer to have at this particular moment. A better beer or a low alcohol beer or something?
Yeah, I've got the Radler.
And then Drewy, they go through for a quick single and they make it. Direct hit could have been very, very nervy there. Everyone scores are level. Scores are level, and that's the over. Drew Tudor on strike with two overs to go. So, Freddie Imhoff, Richo's biggest supporter. He's happy.
Let's go, boys. Dubs on the board. Big win. Get on the beers after this. Can't wait.
We're going to bleep all of that from Freddie. I'm not sure he's legally allowed to say any of that. Freddie with the absolute telephoto lens as well. We love to see it. Am I on camera? No. Sorry, that was unprofessional. I'm not a professional, so who cares? We've got the Radler in hand. We've got Drew Tudor on strike. We've got, who have we got bowling? James Fife back on. 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 14. He's bowled well. Has he bowled well enough? And Drew Tudor hits the boundary. Old Camberwell Grammarians Cricket Club lift the cup. They've won Div 3. What a moment. And there's that man, Andrew Collie Richards, in the middle of the pitch. And well may he celebrate, because that was the innings of his lifetime. That was absolutely superb. We love to see it. They're celebrating. Scotch boys are disappointed, but they've played really well today. It's been a great game. I think at one stage they took 4 for 0, triggered a huge collapse, and I got to say, cricket is the winner. What a moment. Camberwell, old Camberwell Grammarians, we love winning it from 4th. That's our MO. 2s did it 2 years ago. 1s have done it today. And what a match. What an absolute place to play it. Huge shout out as well to Mark Noda for his bowling innings. I think that was absolutely instrumental. Vebs Chandra, really, really well done. Drew Tudor, a couple of wickets at the end. Richo obviously with the gloves. They're celebrating.
Old Camberwell is my new religion and Andrew Richard is my messiah.
There we go. That's what the people think. You absolutely love to see it. And I dare say the Clifton Hill Brew Pub might be quite busy tonight. Could be a big one. And well may it be. This has been a fantastic day of cricket and one of the great Div 3 knocks you'll ever see from the Cho. Absolutely done himself, done his team, done his school proud. Mitchie, what do you reckon, mate?
That is, by and far, the greatest finals knock this club has ever seen. And if we just zoom in on that man there, that man, Andrew Richards,
What a bloody knock. What a hero's knock.
I've watched enough grade cricketer to know that this is going to be one of the big nights. It's a public holiday tomorrow. We all know that Cho. He's not going to be letting back tonight. I'm going to get over in there and celebrate with him. Mitchie, back to you.
Go, Camberwell.
Old Camberwell Grammarians Cricket Club. They win the trophy. The MCC Div 3 final. They also win Nick Johns Whitby. Played out between these two schools. The two schools that have a hold on my heart. And I couldn't be more thrilled. Well-deserved victory. Nick Scotch played really, really well. And to be fair, after 10 overs in both innings, Scotch was way on top. First innings, bowling innings, Mark Nodift comes on, changes the game with support from the great man Andrew Colley Richards. Stumpings, catches, run-outs. Caught and bowled by Margie. Caught and bowled at the end by Drew Tudor. Suddenly, from none for 58 to all out for 150. It's a big, big moment. And old Camberwell comes into bat. The Sharpie experiment seems to be paying off, doing pretty well. Suddenly, from 0 for 14, to 1 for 14, to 2 for 14, to 3 for 14, 4 for 14, if I'm not mistaken. And then we have Andrew Colley Richards, we have Sandesh Pereira, and we have one of the great partnerships. Might be 99, might be 100, might be over 100, I'm not too sure. But a huge, huge partnership between the boys gets us back into a winning position. A few late wickets to make it interesting to rattle us, but as long as that man Richo was at the crease, we knew we'd get across the line. He's done it, he's dragged us across. It's his absolute crowning moment as a cricketer. We can barely move. I'm sure we know there's about to be one medal around his neck. I reckon there might be a second or a trophy alongside that. And doesn't he deserve it? We'll be heading over soon to the presentations. We have the great man Rolly Imhoff, convener of the league, at hand to do the presentation, to make the announcements, to hand over the medals. And don't we love to see it? I've been Johnsy, Mitch has been Mitch, Croz has been Croz, Heels has been our coach. We'll keep the footage rolling, but we might leave you with the commentary. Thank you, Mother, for the rabbits, as the great Rex Hunt used to say. I won't try and do my best Dennis Cometti impression at this time, but it's been real. We've loved being here all day, and we've loved the result. Thank you very much, and good night.
When Chook looked up, he was just like,
I just think it's a bit disrespectful. beautiful. So I just, and also because the wind was blowing this way, instead of setting it up over there, it's downwind here. So it's protected. But this is just an ambient mic for the live stream.
Well done, mate. Fantastic effort. That was. We were sitting there going, what's we doing? Standing like straight. And I was giving you signs. I was like, mate, and then you close to me.
That was the I only gave them one chance today, which is like I've been so out of form with the bat. Like the last training, the last 2 minutes I had to try something. Oh my god. And I got back into that zone when I'm batting well. And I still that was my brilliant start. Like, and I was chatting with Sam about that most of the day. Well, on this ride. When the lizard brain kicks in, like the premeditated hit, like just shut that down still. Well, and you're not going to get out of it outside law.
I was like, they get you out.
Very spoiled to be able to lose. The little birdie tells me that we're not into it.
Why yourself? Flag, mate. No, actually, I'll have a chat to you about that because you may want to stay. I'll tell you why.
I want to go up to it.
I'm going to. No, I was thinking like somewhere, mate. I want 18.
Rolly, do you want a beer or no?
No, I'm good, mate. Yeah, thanks.
Do you want a soft drink?
No, I'm fine. Thank you, mate. No, that's all good. Well done, mate. Yeah, well,
So would that make it, if he went up, would that make it 19?
No, we'll have to
That is they're like 10 teams can get to run and win a grand final.
So disappointed right now.
I have.
Thought you had my back. Yeah. 4?
So, yeah, anyway, I'll get on to that.
I have to go home.
Definitely, mate. You might want to get your head up.
Johnsy, I'm sure Cross.
Anyway, I'll let you
Cross.
Good on you, mate. Well done.
Cross, Johnsy will be able to jump start.
As soon as, sure?
Yeah, Johnsy will be able to
He's also taking my SE.
well.
Because he's taking it from his barbecue.
Okay, then he's only going to be able to take me then. There'll be enough people going.
I'll find another way.
There'll be enough.
Yeah, Ricardo.
I've already got one back. I think I'll see you in the pub. I'm going to go home, check on the baby. I'll see you.
Very responsible of you.
For now.
I did hear that there were words of RSM being somebody up to the pub, by the way.
Who knows? Who knows? Really? I can make his football I'm going to play cricket tomorrow. And then 5 minutes to go before he has to come off and he does it.
You gonna take a ski?
I think Fred was in the big bag there. It's like yeah, but there's still shit in that big bag as well. I'm working tomorrow too.
It's a long night on Saturdays.